One. Testing, 1, 2.
a mic check from 1100 Longworth. Mic test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Microphone check. House Ways and Means Committee Room, 1100 Longworth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's good. Microphone check from 1100 Longworth, House Ways and Means Committee Room, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check for transmission, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We now have lights in 1100 Longworth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mic check. House Ways and Means Committee, 1100 Longworth Office Building. I'm sorry?
Test 1, 2.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Microphone check from 1100 Longworth.
Testing. Testing. Can you hear? Good?
Who turned on my talk button? I did mine. Who put them on? Can you turn them all on there?
Okay, good.
Easier if it wasn't such a big chair.
It was there before.
Okay. The committee will come to order.
Thank you, and welcome to the long-awaited markup of the 3 pending trade agreements with Colombia, Panama, and South Korea, and we will take them up in the order they were signed. And just on a personal note, I want to say it is good to be in the Ways and Means Committee. For the past 5 years, we've been working towards this day. These agreements enjoy broad, bipartisan, bicameral support and are the product of a lot of hard work from all sides. I would also like to extend my appreciation to the President for sending these agreements to the Congress. Today's markup couldn't come at a better time. With 0 jobs created last month and the unemployment rate hovering above 9%, we must look at all opportunities to create American jobs. And these agreements do just that. According to the President's own measure, these 3 agreements have the potential to create and support 250,000 American jobs, all without adding 1 dime of new government spending. Combine that with the opportunity to add over $10 billion to our gross domestic product, as these agreements do, and we know we're on the right path. These agreements not only level the playing field for American workers, they also allow American companies to get off the sidelines and capture market share so they can sell more American goods around the world. And that's great news for American workers, farmers, ranchers, and businesses who've long waited for these agreements. Currently, America is at a competitive disadvantage when it comes to trade due to tariff and non-tariff barriers we face when trying to export goods. The additional taxes Americans are forced to pay allow our competitors to sell their goods and services at a lower cost than American products. These agreements change that. The South Korea agreement would eliminate many of the tariffs we face immediately and require South Korea to open new markets up to U.S. goods and services. The current tariff on U.S. exports to Panama goes as high as 90%. Meanwhile, the average tariff faced by Panamanian exports to the United States is less than 0.1%. But this agreement would level the playing field by making over 87% of our manufacturing exports duty-free immediately. In Colombia, our exports face an 11% tax, while imports from Colombia face a tariff of less than 1%. Our agreement would immediately reduce the average tariff our exporters face by more than 68%. These agreements make trade fairer for America, not just by reducing tariffs, but by removing non-tariff barriers, improving intellectual property protection, and increasing transparency. Over the last 5 years, our inaction has allowed America to fall behind. Our global competitors, such as the European Union and Canada, have filled that void, winning contracts and jobs that could have gone to American companies and American workers. These agreements create sustainable and well-paying jobs, and it is my expectation that when we finish our work here today, the House will vote on the agreements and on the GSP TAA package as soon as possible so that America can start to reap the benefits. I will now yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, the Chairman of the Joint Economic Committee and the Chairman of the Trade Subcommittee, Chairman Kevin Brady of Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Next month will mark 5 years since the United States and Colombia signed a trade agreement. Yet that agreement and our agreements with Panama and South Korea still are not in force, at great cost to U.S. workers and job-creating exporters. Though we were forced to wait for too long, I'm very pleased that President Obama submitted these agreements to Congress on Monday. I look forward to Congress approving them promptly so that we can begin benefiting from the jobs that they will create. We know from experience that these 3 Sell American agreements will yield benefits. Between 2000 and 2010, our sales to countries with which we have trade agreements increased 50% more rapidly than our total exports. Our sales to Peru, for example, more than doubled since passage of the U.S.-Peru trade agreement. The game clock has been ticking. While the United States delayed, other major economies whose workers and exporters compete with ours have moved aggressively to sign and implement trade agreements with Colombia, Panama, and South Korea. And these agreements have undermined our competitive edge. Until our agreements are implemented, our workers and job-creating exporters will continue to fall behind, losing export market share that took years to build. The United States has been sitting on the sidelines for far too long, and our workers and job creators have been paying a steep price. Now that the President has sent us the pending trade agreements, we have the opportunity to get back in the game by passing these agreements now. And on a personal note, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership on these trade agreements, and thank you to the members of this committee who are not only strong supporters of this agreement, but look forward to moving these and trade adjustment assistance swiftly through the House of Representatives. I yield back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brady. And before I yield to the ranking member for any statement he wishes to make, I ask that all member opening statements be included in the record. And also want to note for the committee that after discussion with Mr. Levin, we have agreed mutually that all votes on these agreements will be rolled until the very end of the proceedings today. So without objection, so ordered. Mr. Levin.
Thank you, and I'll yield the balance of my time to Mr. McDermott. The agreements we are considering today are different than those negotiated by the Bush administration. While Republicans were willing to support flawed agreements, Democrats used the intervening period to attempt to fix them so they work for U.S. businesses and workers and spread the benefits of trade more broadly. There was no delay. There were active efforts to hammer out good trade policy. If the South Korea agreement as originally negotiated by the Bush administration had been approved, the FTA would not have broken down the iron barrier to U.S. products in the automotive sector, which represented 75% of the large U.S. trade deficit with South Korea. The Korea FTA, very different as redone by the Obama administration, now opens South Korea's market to U.S. automotive products and sets an important precedent for ensuring trade agreements replace one-way trade with two-way trade for American products. With those changes, I support the agreement. If the Panama FTA as originally negotiated by the Bush administration had been approved, the FTA would have been without the successful efforts of the Obama administration and congressional Democrats, which culminated with Panama this year bringing its labor laws into compliance with international labor standards. Also missing would have been the successful efforts to address our concerns about Panama's status as a tax haven, now rectified by Panama signing a tax information exchange agreement. That trade agreement now deserves our support. Colombian workers have long been without their basic rights due to a combination of inadequate laws, labor-related violence, and impunity. Workers need basic labor rights to improve their financial standing and climb the economic ladder. This is critical to increasing U.S. exports and jobs. The development of a middle class creates consumers and robust markets for our products and services. It is also vital to U.S. workers who are correct in inserting they should not unfairly compete with workers whose rights are suppressed. Unfortunately, the Bush administration believed trade was an end in and of itself and rejected including meaningful rights for workers and environmental standards in trade agreements. The U.S.-Colombia relationship is important in both economic and security terms, and the agreement does provide new market opportunities. What prevented action was, despite the fact that the FTA opened up some important markets, it failed to address a fundamental shortcoming in terms of U.S. trade policy. The action plan related to labor rights announced by President Obama and President Santos in April was a step towards addressing these basic problems. As I will spell out when we get to the Colombia FTA, there remain troubling problems with how Colombia is addressing key elements related to the action plan. The flaws are magnified by the failure to incorporate the action plan in the implementation bill as a result of adamant refusal of Republicans and the Obama administration's acquiescence to that refusal. As a result, the U.S.-Colombia FTA remains fundamentally flawed, and I oppose it. I now yield to Mr. McDermott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I oppose the Colombia FTA for the same reasons as Congressman Levin, like him, I fully support the Korean and Panama FTAs. But what I cannot understand is why we have waited so long to consider the Korea and Panama FTAs, especially Korea. The Korean FTA has been submitted for consideration last February. As soon as ink was dry in the autos deal, along with extensions of the historic bipartisan TAA program and GSP and APTA, preference programs which should never have been allowed to expire to begin with. When the Korean FTA had languished, the EU's FTA with Korea has gone into force, hurting U.S. workers, farmers, and businesses because they could not compete. As a result of the decision to let TAA lapse, trade-impacted workers have suffered. As a result of the failure to extend GSP and ATPA, workers and businesses in the United States and in developing countries that rely on these preferences have struggled. Now, with those hostage agreements are finally being released, I hope we can turn our attention to addressing China's currency, which is costing the United States 1 million jobs. The Currency Reform for Fair Trade Act deserves an immediate floor vote, and we need to tackle China's other job-killing, trade-distorting practices like rare earth export restraints, subsidies, lack of IP enforcement, and state-owned enterprises. It's also time to move the miscellaneous tariff bill, preference reform legislation, and customs reauthorization. I look forward to working with my colleagues on all of these issues. It's nice to finally get started. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 3078, the United States-Colombia Trade Promotion Agreement Implementation Act, which was distributed in advance along with the section-by-section summary. Without objection, the bill will be considered read and open for amendment at any point. I will now turn to Ms. Ellard, Committee Chief Trade Counsel and Staff Director for the Subcommittee on Trade, to provide the technical description of H.R. 3078. I would ask that members hold their questions until after her presentation. Ms. Ellard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The section-by-section summary has been circulated in advance, as well as the bill text, which is the text that the administration sent to Congress on Monday. The legislation is virtually identical to the legislation that was considered by this committee in non-markup back in July, with a few technical changes. In addition, the offsets have been adjusted. And the generalized system of preferences extension is no longer in this legislation. It moved through the House and the Senate separately. Title I contains the approval and general provisions. In particular, I would highlight Section 101 that states that Congress approves the agreement and the statement of administrative action, and also provides that the agreement enters into force when the President determines that Colombia is in compliance with all provisions, and that would take effect on the date of entry into force. And then the rest of Title I contains general provisions. Title II contains the customs provisions, in particular the tariff modifications in Section 201. This is really the core of the bill, giving the President the proclamation authority to proclaim the duty reductions for the United States to be in compliance with the agreement. Section 202 contains the agriculture safeguard. Section 203, the rules of origin, and the remaining provisions as well are identical to what was in the non-markup. Section 208 I would highlight as well because it contains provisions, strict enforcement provisions relating to trade in textiles or apparel. Title III contains the safeguard provisions. In particular, Subtitle A contains a general safeguard that allows the United States to impose duties for a limited time if imports come into the United States in such increased quantities and under such conditions as to be a substantial cause of serious injury or threat. Subtitle B contains the textile and apparel safeguard measures, and Subtitle C, the global safeguard. Title IV contains the procurement provisions. Title V, the extension of the Andean Trade Preferences Act through July 31st, 2013. And Title VI contains the offsets. Section 601 eliminates certain NAFTA customs user fee exemptions. Section 602 extends customs user fees. And Section 603 adjusts the time for payment of corporate estimated taxes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I also want to note and welcome to the committee room three ambassadors, Ambassador Han from South Korea, Ambassador Silva from Colombia, and Ambassador Jaramillo from Panama. Welcome, and welcome to the committee. Thank you, Ms. Ellard. In addition, Mr. Timothy Reif, General Counsel with the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, is also here to answer any questions members may have. And now we'll move into questions. Are there any questions? Mr. Brady is recognized for 5 minutes.
First, Mr. Reif, thank you for being with us today. Ms. Ellard, thank you for that summary. I very much appreciate President Obama and Ambassador Kirk's leadership and work to bring these agreements to us. While I had hoped for earlier timing, the truth is much harder work was done by the administration to work with both parties to improve these agreements, to broaden bipartisan support, and along with passage of trade adjustment assistance, we have the opportunity to pass a major bipartisan jobs bill package in America, and that's encouraging. I want to ask you for a moment about Colombia. In April, President Obama and President Santos announced agreement on the Colombian Action Plan regarding labor rights. I understand from our visit to Colombia, the president of one of Colombia's 3 major labor confederations described the Labor Action Plan as the greatest social achievement of the last 50 years, and that there's wide labor union support in Colombia for the action plan. This action plan, which is entirely separate from the trade agreement, established an ambitious set of labor rights commitments that Colombia agreed to meet by certain deadlines. On September 15th, Deputy Secretary Shapiro formally confirmed that Colombia had met every deadline thus far. I have a copy of the action plan here in my hand in which every action item that Colombia has already completed is marked in green. And almost the entire document is marked in green. In fact, there's only a few action items left for Colombia to complete, and these items are due either in December of this year or by the end of next year. Could you list for us the labor rights improvements that Colombia has already made under this action plan, and then describe what remains for Colombia to complete?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Brady. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Levin, Mr. Herger, Mr. Rangel, and Mr. McDermott. Since the mock markup in July, Colombia has taken a number of important additional steps to what it had already implemented at that time and under the action plan. It has formally requested the International Labor Organization, the ILO, to significantly strengthen its presence in Colombia to implement the measures that were outlined in the action plan. It's made that request, and I understand that the ILO has received it favorably. Colombia has issued a decree reforming the scope and functioning of the Interagency Committee that reviews risk assessments for the Government Protection Program. Colombia has also completed an analysis by the Prosecutor General's Office of closed unionist homicide cases in order to extract lessons and improve the investigation process for future cases. And I might say this is a 60-page in-depth analysis of the work of that office over the last decade or so by the current director of that office. And it is an in-depth, critical look that is very notable in its breadth and transparency. Colombia has also eliminated the backlog entirely of risk assessments for applicants to the Government Protection Program. It has completed the reassignment of 50 new judicial police officer investigators to criminal cases involving union members and activists, and it has posted a dozen additional documents on its action plan on its website. There are some other things that Colombia has done to implement, including setting up a web approach for complaints. But those are the key steps that Colombia has taken just in the last 2 or so months since the committee conducted its first markup.
Thank you, Mr. Reif. I think the key point you're making is that Colombia, one of our strongest allies, has made remarkable progress in labor rights on their own. And further engagement in trade has developed even more higher standards on labor rights, a greater number of prosecutors, more investigators, strong labor laws enacted in Colombia, and a dramatic reduction in labor violence and dramatic improvement in labor security. And I appreciate, again, the work that's been done by the administration in a bipartisan way to move these efforts forward. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Levin's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Brady, I'm glad that you brought up this issue. And I just want to say that based on my trips there, I welcomed the willingness of the Santos administration to work on an action plan. It was worked on with our government. Some steps were taken. It became an agreement between the two parties. An agreement between the two parties relating to the issue that held up the work in this House on the Columbia Free Trade Agreement. This was the gist of the problem. The fact that workers did not have their basic rights, not even a figment of them, and there was unusual, indeed unique violence and impunity. So I think it's simply inaccurate to say that this has resulted in stronger bipartisan support in the House because of the failure to link the action plan that's an agreement between the two parties in any way to the implementation bill, and because of conditions that remain. So I just want to clarify that and read you my analysis. The basic issue that has held up consideration of the Columbia FTA is that Colombian workers have long been without basic labor rights. This is a function of a number of factors: the extreme levels of violence against workers and their leaders, near universal lack of accountability for such acts, and extensive deficiencies in labor law and practice. The new Santos administration provided an opportunity to address these very issues. There followed discussions between the two governments, and there resulted a signed agreement on issues related to worker rights, violence, and impunity. Regretfully, to date, Colombia has not met some obligations in a meaningful way, and these difficulties have been amplified by the lack of an explicit link between the action plan and the FTA. The action plan is what happened after the original negotiation of the FTA. One of the most troubling developments in recent months related to the use of sham cooperatives and other contract relationships to camouflage true employment relationships and thwart worker efforts to organize. The ILO has long identified use of such contracting relationships as one of the most serious problems facing Colombian workers, because in Colombia, only workers who are directly employed can form a union and collectively bargain. Colombia initially committed to stop such abuses, passing far-reaching legislation and proposing effective regulations. Then Colombia backed away, reading the new law and regulations as applying solely to one of these contract forms, cooperatives, and thus creating massive loopholes. Immediately, Colombian employers, including a major beverage company and palm oil producers, began converting cooperatives to other contract forms to continue denying workers their basic rights. We privately pushed the Colombians for months from July to clarify that law and regulations have broader reach to try to stem this problematic shift. But it was not until last night, apparently, on the eve of this markup, after public pressure has been brought to bear on this issue in connection with this proceeding, that Colombia finally issued a clarification. That's my understanding. While we are reviewing the clarification to see whether it actually answers the question, I note that this situation exemplifies exactly the point about the need to link the action plan in the implementation bill to the implementation of FTA. To date, congressional consideration of the FTA has kept the spotlight on these issues. Explicit linkage would maintain that spotlight for a crucial additional period from the date of passage until entry into force, which could be as long as 6 months from now, because there remain obligations under the action plan that haven't yet been met. Columbia also failed to stop employers from using other tactics aimed at thwarting workers from organizing, such as collective pacts or direct negotiations with workers used to diminish support for unions. The ILO called on Columbia to ban collective pacts in unionized workplaces. The action plan did not adopt the ILO recommendation, but at least required Columbia to make it illegal to offer better terms under a collective pact than a union agreement. But even that minimal requirement is not being meaningfully implemented. Colombian employers, including a major aviation company, are being allowed to circumvent the law simply by renaming the pacts, for example, as voluntary benefit agreements, in quotes. To implement its FTA obligations, Panama banned collective pacts in unionized workplaces. A third example relates, and this is my last one, to the key problems of violence and impunity as recognized by the Santos administration itself. In November 2002, the Vice President acknowledged, and I quote, "The immense majority of crimes trade unionists remain in impunity." It's the immense majority of crimes against trade unionists remain in impunity, and there are thousands of workers and union leaders killed and disappeared. Human Rights Watch has just issued a study that indicates that notwithstanding the Santos administration's intention and commitments, there continues to be little progress in investigating and prosecuting union murders, even those it is designated as priority cases. According to Human Rights Watch, Colombian authorities have obtained just 6 convictions from 195 union murders that occurred between January 2007 and May 2011. And notwithstanding clear commitments under the action plan to improve the situation through reforms in investigative policies and methods, Columbia did not take the first step to do this, namely the publication of an analysis of closed union murder cases, until October 3, again on the eve of this markup, even though the action plan called for its completion on July 15. And even with this, it's clear that additional leverage is necessary. Interviews by Human Rights Watch with Colombian prosecutors reveal that there has been no clear direction to implement the new policies and methods as committed to under the action plan that isn't even referred to in the implementation bill. Explicitly linking entry into force of the Columbia FTA was necessary as a step to ensure effective implementation of the action plan. It would provide an unequivocal signal to the vested interests long resisting reform in Colombia that the suppression of worker rights has to stop. And I emphasize this, its inclusion in the implementation bill is necessary to provide necessary context and meaning for the enforcement of the FTA worker rights standard in the future. The Republicans were adamant in their refusal to include any reference at all to the action plan in the implementation bill, and the administration was wrong to acquiesce. Violence against workers, impunity, and inadequate labor laws held up consideration of the FTA. The effective implementation of the Labor Action Plan and the implementation of the other provisions of the FTA are one in the same, and the Labor Action Plan should be included in the legislation we are voting on today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I realize time has expired, but Mr. Reif, would you be so kind to comment particularly on the cooperative issue from the administration standpoint?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Levin, for your comments. Just a couple of brief comments. First, the action plan, which, as you know, the President insisted upon before sending the Colombian FTA to the Congress, is a far-reaching set of commitments that Colombia has undertaken and contains very wide-reaching set of new tools that are being deployed. As you point out, There are a number of instances, we could describe them, where it appears that, for example, in the collectives area, collectives are being converted and workers are being hired directly. I have examples in supermarket chains and in the country's largest textile manufacturer. These are important steps in the right direction. You also point out that in some other instances, implementation has just begun. I understand, for example, in the case of Avianca, which you mentioned, that there was a visit and an administrative investigation has been opened just this week by the authorities. So that it is, as you would expect in any document and action plan of this breadth, it is an ongoing work. This administration is committed to working with the government of Colombia to ensure that it is strongly and fully implemented going forward. With respect to the President's commitment, he has stated twice, first at the time the action plan was agreed upon, and then in the transmission letter of the FTA that was sent over on Monday in his letter of transmittal, that the full implementation of all the key elements of the action plan is a precondition to his determining that the FTA may come into effect. So the administration is strongly and firmly committed and will work with the government of Colombia in the areas that you identify, and will, we fully expect, remain in consultation with you, with the chairman, with others, so that we can ensure that this goes forward in a successful and far-reaching manner. So.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Bustani is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate you and Chairman Brady, Ms. Ellard, and the trade staff for the tremendous work that's been done to get us to this point. And I also want to commend the administration, Ambassador Kirk, and all at USTR for the work that's been done. After 5 years, this committee now has an opportunity to move these important agreements forward. This is going to be a signature jobs package, not only this year, but perhaps a signature jobs package for the past 4 or 5 years, something this country desperately needs.
Can I write out 2 things?
Over these past few years, we've seen a significant erosion in American credibility and loss of leverage in Asia and Latin America. The loss of market share alone in the agriculture sector in Colombia for U.S. farmers and ranchers has been astounding, with a drop of 71% down to 27% for key commodities. I have rice farmers in Louisiana who are begging for open markets, and these agreements will offer tremendous opportunity for our rice farmers. Mr. Reif, Section 101 specifies the conditions in law for entry into force of the Colombian promotion agreement, trade promotion agreement, and the President is authorized to exchange notes with the government of Colombia providing entry into force on or after January 1st, 2012. Provided we move forward, this goes through the legislative process. Describe for us those steps that need to be taken at that point in time, once it gets back to the President for entry into force, and do you anticipate any delays beyond that January 1st timeline?
So thank you. As you correctly state, the bills for each of the FTAs provide that the agreement can come into force on or after January 1st of 2012. What happens once the Congress has passed it and they've been enacted into law is that we work with the governments of Colombia and the other 2 countries to ensure that their implementation is full, so that the President may determine under the law, as you describe it, that there has been full and effective implementation. We intend to do that as fast as we can. Obviously, the administration is as eager as you are to see these benefits to begin to flow. We intend to do it thoroughly so that we can ensure that all of the benefits in all of the different areas of the agreement can flow to our businesses and our working people who are looking forward to enjoying these major new opportunities.
Would you agree that the Colombia Trade Promotion Agreement has perhaps been one of the most vetted agreements in recent times? In terms of looking at very carefully all aspects of this, working very closely with the Colombian government, seeing unprecedented cooperation with, on the part of both President Uribe and now President Santos?
Yes, sir. We've worked very closely with the government of Colombia and the other two governments. What happens once the legislation is enacted is that our office reaches out at a very specific and granular level to each of the other governments and works with them in an intensive way to ensure that the obligations are being met and that each of the governments has passed the laws and taken the other steps necessary so that all of the obligations of the agreements are fulfilled. And we are ready to do that. We are looking forward to doing that as very soon as we can.
I thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, earlier this year, we had individuals come before this committee and said they do not believe that labor rights or human rights, environmental issues, or the rule of law should be part of a trade discussion. For them, it's about the bottom line. Money, 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 and commerce are separate issues. That's what they were said. That's what they told us. Some tell us, let's not muddy the water. Let us not get distracted. These things will work themselves out. It's not our problem. I ask the two of you, if not us, then who? If not now, then when? Colombia and the United States are intertwined, interlocked. It is a humanitarian crisis like no other in our hemisphere, almost in the world, almost on this little planet, this little spaceship, this little piece of real estate that we call the Earth. I am saddened that we're considering this agreement now without addressing human rights, labor rights, and impunity in the text of the agreement. I'm sick and tired of side letters and vague plans and diplomatic talk. Consideration of this FTA now without making an effort to support tangible change and improvement in the lives of thousands, millions of people just as inexcusable. This represents a dark period in our past. We could have done it right, just the lawlessness, the land rights, the labor rights, the inequality that are the reality of Colombia. We could have worked to end the 40-year failed war on drugs, but instead it's a rush, race, just to get it done, just to finish it. We're saying someone else will address the problem of human rights. Someone else will help the millions of forced from their homes, their land, stolen by a few. Someone else, not us, but someone else, in another period, in another time, will address lawlessness, impunity, and corruption. Are we saying that someone else will answer the calls of the many that hope and pray that their calls will not fall on deaf ears? Don't tell me that this committee, that this Congress, that this administration are abandoning our responsibility, our duty to ourselves, the people who elected us, and the people who reach out and beg us to help. It is a sad day. It's a race to the bottom, and 100 steps backward. As a committee, as a Congress, and I believe the administration, as a nation, we can do better, much better.
Thank you. Mr. Herger is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Chairman Brady and the administration for the work that you've done for sending these trade legislations to us. Very, most critically important to our economy and to our nation, and certainly the major agricultural Northern California district that I represent. Mr. Reif, Section 2 of the implementing bill notes that a purpose of the act is, quote, to establish free trade between the United States and Colombia through the reduction and elimination of barriers to trade in goods and services and to investment, close quote. Based on the reduction and elimination of tariffs that Colombia imposes on U.S. exports, the independent U.S. International Trade Commission, ITC, estimates that annual U.S. exports to Colombia will increase by $1.1 billion under the agreement, adding $2.5 billion per year to U.S. GDP. The average tariff paid by U.S. manufacturing exports to Colombia in 2009 was 11.2% and will fall to 3.6% immediately upon implementation, with the remaining tariffs in the sector phased out over 10 years. U.S. agricultural exports to Colombia currently face even higher tariffs, averaging 20%. Immediately upon implementation of the trade agreement, 77.5% of Colombia's tariff lines would become duty-free. Almost 93% would become duty-free within 10 years, including the almonds grown in my Northern California congressional district. Mr. Rife, given the benefits we will receive from this reduction and elimination of Colombia tariffs on U.S. exports, how does this implementing bill ensure that Colombia's tariff reductions will indeed occur?
Thank you, Mr. Herger. The agreement provides for specific phased reductions, as you described them. More than 70% of our exports to Colombia will be duty-free on day one of the agreement entering into force, and all of that is backed up by binding dispute settlement, so that we can be certain that once the agreement enters into force, the obligations that we have negotiated with Colombia will be lived up to, as we very fully expect Colombia will live up to them. And as you note, there are enormous benefits for the United States, for our businesses, and for our working people for the agreement to enter into force.
Thank you. And do you see part of the importance of this agreement, too, is that is the agreements that countries like Colombia are making with other countries, with Canada, as far as competing with our grain going to them, with Chile and other countries, that the world isn't standing still. We're actually in danger of losing markets if we don't move forward with these trade agreements. Is that correct, as well as with Panama and South Korea?
Well, these three agreements are a clear signal that the United States is in this game. As you point out, Colombia recently had an agreement come into effect with Canada, and this will level the playing field for our exporters in that respect, as you point out.
Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Rangel is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, well, it has been a long time. 5 years seems to me like 20 years. Sandy Levin and I have worked with all of these countries, including Peru, in trying to protect human rights and also to make certain that we tried to protect American jobs. We had serious obstacles, but in Peru, we actually went over there with Congresswoman Schwartz and were able to work those out. And we had hoped that we could work out the rest. As far as Colombia is concerned, it is an agreement that I think really favors the United States. And I just would like to ask on that, I don't know how much time I have, do you believe that human rights should be an issue that the United States should consider at all in dealing with our trading partners? I think that could be yes or no. Do either one of you believe that human rights issue in a particular country should be a concern to the United States in any free trade agreement?
Well, sir, I think the free trade agreement addresses the free trade and the action plan together with Colombia goes farther than any we have had before.
I haven't made any allegations. I haven't made any allegations. I guess your answer is yes, and you think that the agreement, the side agreement, takes care of it. But let's get back to my question. Ms. Ellett, you've worked with us for years and years and years. Do you believe that the United States of America
should consider human rights as a part of any trade agreement.
Yeah, Mr. Rangel, I'd say Ms. Ellard is here to address the technical aspects of the legislation. Ms. Ellard is here to address the technical aspects of the legislation, and that question would be outside of her purview. Mr. Reif is here to address that sort of policy question.
Okay, Mr. Reif, do you believe, yes or no? I haven't gotten to any allegations, and my time is really running out. But if you're referring to a remedy, can I interpret that you believe it is a proper subject?
What I can say, sir, is that the action plan addresses what many would consider to be important issues of protecting workers from violence.
What I should say, sir, is that you haven't answered a simple question. There's an inference that your answer is yes, but I hope you don't find any difficulty in saying that the great democracy, the United States of America, the leader of the free world, would not consider a trading partner's record or lack of one in protection of human rights as a consideration. You can interrupt me if you change your mind about your answer at any time. I just want to reaffirm that I think that Ambassador has done a great job in changing a lot of the provisions that we insisted on. We got everything that we asked for in Panama and Korea. Sandy and I were able to get beef and automobile provisions changed. I really had hoped, since the tariffs as relates to Colombia and the United States would give us a great opportunity to take advantage of their needs for all type of American equipment. But unless there's something wrong with the Human Rights Committee that has reported the devastating results of the lack of protection of labor people, it's almost as though that if we went into this, that we would be conspirators. I know about this agreement, and it's my understanding, and I don't think it's been challenged, that there's been lack of improvement, and the agreement is not really a part of the trade agreement. It's a side agreement. It's not folded in, which means that even if that agreement is violated, we don't have any recourse as a Congress to do anything, because it becomes a diplomatic issue and not a trade issue. And so I do hope that we can find out what America can do for Colombia. They're a friend, our ally. It's surrounding people and not friendly to the United States. There's a possibility. I think that the agreement is good, notwithstanding some of my friends that challenge that. But I find it very, very difficult to believe that people are being killed and not brought to justice, and this has happened for decades, and that Democrat and Republicans administration can only tell me that conditions are improving, and not as many union activists are being killed as they were years ago. So again, I wanted to congratulate our trade ambassador. He's done a fantastic job with Korea and with what he had to work with Colombia, and certainly with Panama. But if you have anything to say about human rights, you can tell me, do you have a concern about the human rights in Colombia? Maybe that could be answered yes or no.
If you would answer quickly, the time has expired.
The administration had a strong concern about violence against trade unionists, and that is what drove the negotiation of the action plan. And the President was prepared to send this agreement to Congress only after that action plan was completed to his satisfaction, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ellard, I understand Chapter 17 addresses the issue of enforceable standards on core fundamental labor rights. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Chapter 17 has the strongest provisions in the world, actually. The four trade agreements, Peru, Colombia, Panama, and South Korea, contain the strongest labor chapter in the world with respect to enforceable core labor standards that are related to the basic ILO fundamental rights as set forth in the declaration, the ILO declaration.
And I think it's important to document the progress that Colombia has made. Since 2002, their union homicide rate has declined by 85%. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that is actually lower than the general population now in Colombia, is it not?
Yes, that's true.
Through this labor action plan, we've seen Colombia make tremendous progress. Obviously, they've increased their, in fact, I heard from their government officials when I was there on a bipartisan trip, they've dramatically increased their budget for protection of union members at risk. Do you have that information available, either Mr. Reif or Ms. Ellard, how much?
Yes, they increased the budget by, it's now at a level of $82 million in 2011.
They've assigned new prosecutors, new investigators. They've set new rules for prioritizing labor violence. They've improved their labor laws and obviously their enforcement. Mr. Reif, it's my understanding that Colombia has now implemented all 8 of the ILO core conventions. Is that your understanding? And if you don't know, Ms. Ellard, feel free to chime in.
I think that's correct, sir.
And that's actually more than the United States has adopted, is it not?
We have adopted and ratified 2. That's right, sir.
And they've changed their constitution. They've changed the agency or the portion of their government that's able to declare the legality of strikes. It's now in the judiciary as opposed to the executive branch. They've had constitutional reform that has shortened the time period it takes to prosecute a homicide case. I just think it's important for the record to really look at the progress that's been made there. And I understand the ILO removed Colombia from its labor watch list in 2010. Is that not accurate? Mr. Reif, if you know, and if not, Ms. Ellard?
That is accurate.
I also understand that there are 14 Colombian labor union leaders that represent 80,000 Colombian workers that have publicly endorsed the Colombian trade agreement, recognizing the progress that Colombia has made in combating labor violence and on labor issues. I understand that the president of one of Colombia's 3 main labor confederations has called the Labor Action Plan the most significant social achievement of the last 50 years in Colombia. So I think it's important to recognize the progress that has been made on this issue. And I don't know, is there a more steadfast ally than Colombia when you look at the last 5 years in terms of all that has been asked, all that has been required, all that has been accomplished?
Certainly our bilateral relationship with Colombia is exceedingly close, both with the prior administration and now with the Santos administration. And the Santos administration has made a clear commitment in the areas that you described, Mr. Camp. So both with the innovations from the May 2007 agreement that are built into the core text that are fully enforceable like all other provisions, together with the action plan that the President insisted upon, we feel strongly that we're moving forward in the right direction. It is something that we, as with other commitments under a trade agreement, we expect to continue to work with the government of Colombia to ensure the full and ongoing implementation. These are not simple matters, and they will require hard work by the government of Colombia and also by ourselves with them, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Buchanan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also I want to thank Chairman Brady and all the staff for their hard work. I'm very excited for the American people. It's been since 2007 when I got here. We've been talking about these trade agreements, and to me it's all about jobs, especially not just in America but about Florida. And the administration had mentioned 250,000 jobs. Especially in this environment, we need those jobs. Also, I think, and I've looked through these agreements, negotiations shouldn't be win-lose, and I think we've had a lot of that in the past. Just my own opinion, I think these are win-win agreements for not just America, but for Korea, Colombia, and Panama. So I'm very excited about that. 80% of the exports to these countries are small, medium-sized businesses, which I think is very exciting for the country as well. Florida has 14 deep water ports, 85 billion in economic, 65 billion in economic activity. We have a real opportunity because of Panama and our close proximity to Panama and Colombia to drive that maybe another $10 billion when we look at it. I have a port in my own area that does about $2.3 billion. We're the closest port to Panama, for example, in the country of the United States. I believe that the agreements are a great step forward to getting our economy back on track. These 3 agreements will be not just, as I mentioned, great for Florida, but great for the country. The Florida Chamber represents 137,000 businesses when I was chairman there, but our chairman, the CEO of the Florida Chamber, quoted the other day that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Florida to transform it from becoming to a global hub for trade, logistics, service, and export-oriented manufacturing activity. I couldn't agree more. I guess my question to both of you, can you give me your thoughts on the benefits to Florida as it relates to these free trade agreements? Any thoughts that either of you might have?
Certainly, sir. A number of different areas that I think would be important to Florida. First, in the agricultural sector, the agreement contains far-reaching tariff reductions and other incentives for export. In the intellectual property rights area, as was pointed out earlier, it is a strong, groundbreaking agreement in the area of criminal penalties against copyright piracy, and a number of areas that would be very important to businesses in Florida. For government procurement, this will now ensure non-discriminatory access of U.S. suppliers to the government procurement market in Colombia. So across an array of sectors that are important to businesses in Florida, we think this agreement contains strong benefits.
Ms. Eller, anything you want to add? The benefits to Florida ideally, but to the country? I know you've touched on that, but just because of our location, especially to Colombia and Panama, McCree as well, do you have any thoughts on it?
Certainly, Mr. Buchanan, thank you. I think a lot of times people focus on the tariff benefits of trade agreements. They see the tariffs coming down, and as Mr. Reif described, there's so much more in these agreements because of the focus on services barriers as well, on technical barriers to trade, regulatory barriers that have existed, increasing transparency, intellectual property, electronic commerce, government procurement. All of these are benefits that the state of Florida would enjoy as well as the rest of the country. And in particular, because of Florida's location and the location of Colombia and Panama being so close, and those countries being hubs to the rest of Latin America, and Florida, of course, being a hub for the rest of the United States, there's a tremendous synergy that would exist as well.
I want to thank both of the witnesses, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Doggett's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that really the question here is whether or not we should approve a free trade agreement with the trade union myrtle capital of the world. And those are what the facts are. I believe there are people of good faith who are working hard in Colombia to try to remedy these problems. But last year, 49 trade union members were murdered in Colombia. And this year, the number is already up to 20. The report that came out from Human Rights Watch this past week analyzing what's happening in Colombia shows some progress, but it's a little progress compared to nothing having been done for years. Just to be very specific about it, the report indicates that there have been 6 convictions out of 195 union murders, and that in 9 of 10 cases, they've never even identified a suspect. I think that the overall impact of this agreement on our economy is a very modest one. And the question is, do we want to approve of an agreement with a country that has acted in this way? Now, I find it particularly troubling that when we had our prior hearing on this, the current administration opposed the inclusion of Mr. Levin's amendment that would have incorporated the action plan for Colombia into this agreement. There's one very big problem about the action plan. It contains some good provisions, but it's not actionable under this agreement. There's not a way to enforce it under this agreement to deal with these problems of trade union violence. I feel about the action plan just as I do about many of the speeches that my fellow Texan Ambassador Kirk and President Obama have given about these trade agreements. I like the speeches. I like what they're saying about changing our trade policy. I just can't tell whether after the speeches, given these agreements, we've got anything different than what we had under the Bush administration. These would appear to be a continuation of the same policies that existed under the Bush administration that do not recognize the importance of enforceable labor provisions. I'm not just talking about something that's on the books in agreeing to an important principle under the ILO basic articles, but I'm talking about what really happens on the ground, whether people are still being murdered because they choose to provide leadership when workers organize to protect their rights. And I think we see that there has not been significant change on the ground in terms of this labor union violence. This will not bring great benefits to our economy. It will put in place the principle that even when people are being regularly murdered, we're more concerned about how many widgets move than what's happening to the people that are producing the widgets. I believe that we need a 21st century trade policy that certainly is concerned about the volume of commerce, but that is also concerned about what is happening to the basic living standards of the workers. Otherwise, we continue to trade down and to export jobs at the same time that we are importing more goods from abroad, unless we set and encourage a reasonable level of worker protection. I believe that this agreement is a step in the wrong direction. I applaud Mr. Levin for the repeated trips that he has made to Colombia, the attempts to try to address this problem, the attempts to develop a meaningful action plan. Had it been incorporated into this agreement, we would have addressed many of these problems. But the administration chose, surprisingly, to oppose that, which would have been an important part of a realistic 21st century trade policy. And without that action plan here, I don't believe that this agreement merits being approved, and I certainly plan to vote against it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Reichert's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, by listening to some of this discussion, I just, from the perspective of a human being, I'm a little frustrated because it sounds like we expect people to be perfect in order to enter into a friendship, a partnership, or an agreement. So we're expecting a country to be perfect to enter into an agreement. It seems to me that if we have neighbors next door and they're having problems, do we build a wall and not talk to them? I don't think so. I think the same applies on a larger scale when we interact with other countries. I want to thank Mr. Levin, Mr. Camp, and the staff, and all those who have traveled to Colombia, Korea, Panama. I've been to Colombia and Korea. I haven't made it to Panama. But I think that, you know, we need to look at ourselves too. The United States is not a perfect country. Colombia is not a perfect country. No country is perfect. But as we build our relationships together and we partner together and we work together, we exchange ideas and learn from each other, we become better. We never become perfect, but we become better. As we work with others and reach out across this great land, we can improve the rights of workers. We can improve environmental situations across this world. In my visit to Colombia, I had an opportunity to meet with two factions, two different unions. One, well, more than one union, but two factions representing different unions. One union group was in favor of the trade agreements, and all of their arguments for the trade agreements were all based upon the economy of Colombia, on their jobs, on their families, and on their relationship. On the other side, the argument was all political. I asked the question of the union leaders who were against this trade agreement with Colombia, what can we do to improve this agreement? Their answer was, you can do two things. One, remove President Uribe, and two, remove President Bush. Well, both of those things have happened. So what's holding us up? Right? We need to get this done. And I agree with President Obama when he says, pass these trade agreements now. I agree more accurately with President Obama when he says, pass this jobs bill now. And now, if there ever was a jobs bill, the three of them sitting in front of us today are jobs bills. We all know that. Both sides understand that. 200,000 to 300,000 jobs are the estimates right now. You want to make the world a safer place? You want to improve our national security and world security? You want to create excitement and education for young people by building partnerships and friendships across this globe where they learn from each other? You want to improve working conditions for our hardworking people across the globe? And you want to improve and influence the environment? All of those things can be accomplished through these trade agreements. And especially, you want to create jobs. These bills do that. These bills do that. And once again, I agree with President Obama when he says, pass this job bill now. That goes for Colombia, that goes for Panama, that goes for Korea. Pass these job bills now. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to clarify something that Mr. Rangel went over and sort of brushed by, and we didn't really stop and think about it, or I didn't hear any further discussion. That's the question of why do we want to have the language linking the free trade agreement to the action plan? What difference does it make in reality? And Mr. Rangel suggested that it means that once we sign off on this baby, it's in the hands of the diplomats and the executive if we don't have it written into the law. We have no way to reach back in and have any control. It seems like that's the essence. And I say that question because sitting on this committee long enough, you've seen a lot of stuff happen. And I have a memory still, and I remember sitting right over there when we passed NAFTA, and we had these side agreements on maquiladoras, and everybody was going to clean up, and we were going to make sure that the workers were taken care of, and it was all written in a nice letter and put in an envelope next to the agreement. And then we were also going to clean up the Rio Grande. We were going to take care of all the environmental. Now, I assume that all the Mexicans living along the border working in our plants are living a real nice lifestyle before a beautiful river that's filled with fish, and that they have a wonderful time because we had those side letters. The reality is that we never did one blessed thing about those. So it seems to me that we, by signing off on this agreement without having a link directly to the action plan, are signing off on our ability to come back in and force the administration to change their policy toward Colombia. And this is not to say anybody isn't going to do it. It's just going to say, as a part of our legislative responsibility, we have given it up. We've handed it to the administration and said, do whatever you want. You're on your own. And it's in the face of the fact that the International Trade Union Confederation reported that in 2010, Colombia had more worker assassinations, 49, than the rest of the world combined. So if this free trade or this action plan is working so well, I hope so. I'm a hoper. I'm a believer. But Ronald Reagan, my idol, always said that you should trust but verify. And if we don't have it written into the law, how do we verify it? How do we force the administration? I'd like to hear your response about what mechanisms there are for us to come back and drag the administration in here and talk about this thing, if it doesn't turn out the way we think it's going to today.
Thank you, Mr. McDermott. I would say two main things that I think sharply distinguish both the FTA and the action plan from the analogy to the NAFTA agreements that you mentioned. First of all but one of the commitments under the action plan will need to be implemented before January 1, so that as the President considers when to bring into effect and whether Colombia has taken all the steps necessary to bring into effect, he will have before him whether they have implemented all of these very far-reaching of steps of the action plan. Nothing like that was contained in the side agreements to the NAFTA. Secondly, I think this administration has an unprecedented track record at not just signing the agreement, which is of course important, concluding agreements like this and the other ones under negotiation, however, but also following through, and following through with vigor and investigative.
My time is just about up. I want to add one thing here. In
February
February 2011, the International Labor Organization reported, quote, "The majority of the cases of violence against workers have not yet been investigated, nor have perpetrators, including the intellectual authors of these crimes, been brought to justice." You're saying all of that is going to be done between now and January 1, if this bill passes. Is that correct?
No.
Before the trade agreement can go in place?
What the action plan does is to put into place the mechanisms that Colombia is using to address these problems.
But will it actually have applied to the people it applies to?
It is beginning to apply to people that it applies to. There are examples where it has applied already, new investigations that have been started, new prosecutions under the current, already under the current plan that's only a few months old.
The administration's message to us is, trust me.
No, it will
Thank you very
continue
much.
to require hard work.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Paulson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to just thank you for your leadership, personally, Mr. Brady's leadership, and this is a good day. Monday was a good day when the trade agreements were formally submitted. This is a good day today moving forward, and next week we'll have a good day in terms of hopefully passing all of these initiatives on the floor. I'm not going to ask any questions of you, but I do want to point out that there are obviously benefits to my home state of Minnesota, and ironically, just a couple hours ago I ran into some representatives from a healthcare company that were speaking directly about the Colombian agreement in particular. And since we're on the Colombian agreement now, I thought I would just mention this because they're a healthcare company. They do about $30 million of exports a year, and they have 5 facilities in the United States that are dependent on exports, about 250 employees actually in the state of Minnesota. And they mentioned in particular that their products going into Colombia face about a 14% tariff, whereas the products coming from Colombia are almost zero. And so this is going to level the playing field and absolutely allow them to sell more products and more opportunities in Colombia itself. And so it is a great opportunity for job expansion, and I'm glad we're focused on that. Another example of a great American company, which is not headquartered in my district, but Mr. Schock's district, is, of course, of Caterpillar. And I just want to mention that this is a company that 20 years ago had U.S. employment of about 29,000 people. And today they employ over 47,000 people, including a paving facilities company in my home state in Minnesota. And without that ability to sell and export products to other countries, many of these jobs would not exist at this facility in Minnesota or at a broader level nationally. And this is a company that exports 36% of their products right out of the paving products facilities in Minnesota. Colombia is one of Caterpillar's largest mining product opportunities, and yet a Colombian customer is forced to pay significantly more in these higher tariffs on the imports of any U.S. machines that come in. And these are really significant and large tariffs. Just to put it in perspective, these large D11 bulldozers, they face a 5% tariff in Colombia, which is about $100,000 of additional price tag. And other large trucks face a 15% duty, which can add $300,000 to the price of a truck. This is a huge opportunity to allow our U.S. products to be sold American in Colombia. The Panamanian and the Korean agreements are just as important. We'll talk about those in a little bit. I just want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to bipartisan support in these agreements, not only today, but next week as we pass them into reality. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Schock is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I was very much looking forward to this meeting, have been for 3 years since I arrived in Congress, and was looking forward to a very positive meeting. I have to tell you, for our first-time listeners tuning in, the discussion here today could be rather depressing. All the talk about murders, violence. You'd think we'd be entering into a trade agreement with St. Louis. You'd think that we were entering into a trade agreement with Baltimore or Newark, or perhaps we're talking about a trade agreement with Detroit. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends on the other side, these cities in the United States of America have higher murder rates and higher violence rates per capita than the country of Colombia. Now, am I proud of that? Absolutely not. Do we need to do better?
Gentleman yield.
Do we need to do better as a country and as communities? Absolutely. But let's give credit where credit is due. There were over 200 people murdered in Colombia several years ago. Less than 20 so far this year. Now, the Colombians are not proud of this, but they're making significant progress. They've put a plan of action in place, a plan that this President Obama, deserves credit for helping to negotiate. But for my friends on the other side to somehow suggest now this language that the country and the President of Colombia have agreed to should somehow be attached to our free trade agreement is devoid of the reality of what a trade agreement is. No trade agreement that this Congress has passed in the history of this country has included language to dictate what the other country is about to do or required to do. Rather, our trade agreements, by definition, is the language in which our country is agreeing to a set of principles, a set of actions. And so now for my friends on the other side to somehow suggest that the good work, the good gestures, the promises of the Santos administration, of the Colombian Congress, should somehow be amended and adopted to our trade agreement is really setting not only a new standard, a double standard, but is breaking from past practice of how we pass trade agreements and how we negotiate in good faith with other governments. And I would suggest that is a bad policy. Second, I would ask my friends who wish and have already stated that they are going to oppose this trade agreement with Colombia, I guess the assumption is that perhaps they are comfortable with the violence, the murder rates, the humanitarian efforts of the other two countries that we're about to vote on, and all other countries that we have current trade agreements with. I do not hear my friends on the other side suggesting that perhaps we should revisit our trade agreement, for example, with Mexico, which not only has significant violence and murder rates, not only on its own people, but on our people. And perhaps it is the Mexican government that should be looking at renegotiating their agreement with us, now that they've discovered that our government has used our taxpayer money to infiltrate their streets with weapons. I mean, this is a dangerous, dangerous road, I think, for us to be going down, when what we should be talking about is trade and creating a level playing field in commerce so that growers, manufacturers, service sector folks in our communities, in our country, can compete on a level playing field with those in other countries who wish to do the same. And that is why the Colombia Trade Agreement is a no-brainer. Ms. Ellard, perhaps you can enlighten us as to January of this year, the start of this year, what were the tariffs, what were the taxes that Colombian producers of flowers, Colombian producers of coffee paid to the United States citizens and companies in terms of trading their goods to our economy?
The average tariff that's paid by imports from Colombia into the United States was less than 1%. But by contrast, the average tariff paid by U.S. exports to Colombia was 11.2%.
So is it fair to say that the people being put at a competitive disadvantage by inaction is not Colombia and the United States, but perhaps simply just the United States?
Yes, Mr. Schock, I think that's accurate.
Okay,
right.
so if we care about jobs and we care about growing our economy, I would urge passage of this bill.
All right, thank you. Time has expired. Mr. Thompson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For more than 20 years, Colombia has benefited greatly from duty-free access into U.S. markets under the Andean Trade Preferences Act. And at the same time, they've also enjoyed lucrative government subsidies and sometimes even U.S. foreign aid to benefit their access into our market. And one thing that's done in my home state of California is that it's devastated the cut flower industry. Once a very lucrative industry, a lucrative market, thousands of jobs, and it's been devastated by this unfair, unlevel playing field on which Columbia operates in regard to this specific industry. This is not a new issue, and it's not something that hasn't been brought up. I've had conversations with the trade ambassador about it. The California delegation, our California delegation has written, a majority of the delegation members have written the President, the Secretary of Agriculture, the trade ambassador, and even in this committee, when we had the not really a markup, I raised an amendment on this issue and for discussion purposes and withdrew it. So this is not a new issue, yet it's one that the administration and the negotiators have failed to recognize. If something's not done, it'll end the rest of this incredibly important industry in California. The Colombians also enjoy two major trading hubs, transportation hubs, to not only bring their flowers in, the flowers that are being grown and cut on an unlevel playing field, but to better and more efficiently distribute them in our country, putting yet another nail in the coffin of our domestic industry. And there's ways to fix this, and we've tried to deal with it, but it's as though this administration has been deaf to our problems, and I think that that's terribly unfortunate and presents a huge problem for me on this particular measure. And it's an industry that I am not going to stand by and let die. And unless this administration does something, that's exactly what's going to happen, and that's unacceptable. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Marchant's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I have
Marchant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Marchant, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank you for all of your work and Chairman Brady's work on these trade agreements, and I would like to thank Trade Representative Ron Kirk for all of his work in bringing these agreements to this point. It's my privilege to represent the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport and the cities that surround that airport in this it is a very important economic engine in the state of Texas. These trade agreements will generate jobs in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, from transportation, warehousing, and distribution of hundreds of millions of dollars of goods that will flow through the DFW and Alliance airports. Our area will serve as an important gateway for the ever-increasing movement of the imports from these countries that are flown in from South America and Korea. These trade agreements mark an important first step towards getting this country's economy back on track. People in the 24th District of Texas need jobs, and these agreements will provide those jobs. Over 9% of America's workforce is out of work, looking for jobs. Using the President's own metrics, over 250,000 jobs will be created from these trade agreements. It's time to act. It's time for us as a committee to vote these bills out. It's time for the House to vote these bills. It's time for us to move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Larson's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Camp and Chairman Levin, for organizing this today. And my questions have to deal specifically for the General Counsel of the USTR, Mr. Reif, if you could, as they relate to North Korea. I will not be able to be here for the rest of the hearing, and a number of issues have arisen with people from my district coming and talking about some areas that I think need to be clarified, specifically as it relates to the United States sanctions on North Korea, the Kaesong industrial complex, and the transshipments from China, which of course remain a concern. But before we vote on this matter, I was hoping you might be able to clarify that. And let me just rapidly go through them. And if you don't have the time, if you could submit it in writing. But essentially, the questions are as follows. What impact will the FTA have on U.S. sanctions on North Korea? Can goods from the Kaesong come into the United States under the FTA? How is the United States going to ensure that Korean products containing Kaesong components don't enter the United States? If by chance goods from Kaesong were going to be converted by FTA and afforded duty relief, what would need to happen? An executive order, a resolution, legislation? And finally, what steps are being taken to ensure that Chinese manufacturers don't transship goods through Korea and claim that the goods were made in Korea in order to obtain duty relief under FTA? All of them are related.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Larson. Good to see you. Let me try to take your questions one by one. First, what impact will the FTA have on U.S. sanctions on North Korea? None. The FTA does not affect those sanctions. The United States has had sanctions for many years, in effect, that are governed by a different set of statutes that prohibit imports into the United States directly or indirectly from North Korea, except where they expressly licensed. The current executive order carries forward this tight regime and, in fact, tightens it further by prohibiting evasion or attempts at evasion of this regime. In recent years, this regime has been meant to address and implement sanctions related to North Korea in the development of missile technologies and other statutes, and imports have been at virtually zero, 9,000 in 2010, virtually all of which were, I think, postage stamps. So we have a very tight sanctions regime, and the FTA will not affect that in any respect. Second, can goods from the Kaesong industrial plant in North Korea come into the United States under the FTA? No. Per what I mentioned, the imports from North Korea, all parts of North Korea, including Kaesong, are affected by our sanctions regime. Under the FTA, goods from North Korea are expressly disqualified from entry into the United States. Jumping to one of the questions later on, should there be a desire to change that, there would have to be the following steps. A committee comprised of both U.S. officials and North Korean officials would have to meet. It would have to agree unanimously to recommend to the two governments that there be this change. The United States government would have to recommend that to the Congress, and the Congress would have to enact a change to U.S. law. Let me repeat that. The Congress would have to enact a change to U.S. law, and the President would have to sign that change to U.S. law into effect. How will we ensure that products from Kaesong are not entering the United States? The Department of Homeland Security and our Customs Border Protection Agency have a set of three powerful tools of authority. They look in particular at four different points in time. Before a shipment leaves Korea, while it's on the water, when the shipment arrives at a U.S. port, and after the shipment has cleared customs, and applies a set of powerful tools front-loaded to detection at the front. For example, the U.S. Customs Service has numerous ways of obtaining information that can detect whether shipments from North Korea or other forms of inappropriate entries are coming in. For example, by contacting South Korean authorities, working with U.S. businesses, working with U.S. labor organizations. It also, obviously, we deploy the resources of the U.S. government, including having eyes on the ground in Korea that can be watching and working on these issues. In specific areas, we have the Customs Border Protection authorities can conduct site visits, provide written questionnaires, examine purchase orders, invoices, delivery notices, go into minute detail, the kind of thing that if you are a business owner, you do not want to be engaged in to assess whether there is a problem. Further, the United States and South Korea have recently entered into a new memorandum of understanding between our customs authorities that will further enhance the provisions. and that is as a result of the free trade agreement. So the free trade agreement itself will actually improve our ability to detect unlawful shipments coming from North Korea. There is a
Thank you
customs-
for, and I see my time is running out, so I
Thank
thank
you.
you for clarifying that. If I could receive those in writing, because I think these are important to constituents who care deeply about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Ms. Black is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, I want to thank all of those that have been involved in bringing this bill to us today, particularly Chairman Camp and Chairman Brady, and also the President for taking action and knowing that this bill is going to be a significant bill for us in creating jobs. This is truly, these three bills, jobs bills today. I want to go specifically to my state and the area that I represent. We have about 50% of my district is agriculture, and we grow corn and wheat and soy in this area. And I know that there has been a real shift in our market share, falling from 71% market share in Colombia back in 2008 to the current date of 27%. This is significant for our farmers. Our farmers have a number of challenges to begin with, weather-wise, and many challenges that are out of their control. But knowing that we have not moved forward on these trade agreements has been very disappointing for me and for my farmers. And so I want to go back to the discussion that seems to be the biggest thing today, that is on the other side of the aisle, their objection to passing this bill, and that is the labor issue. And I want to, again, draw the thread, as have my colleagues from Washington and Illinois, in recognizing Colombia's impressive progress on labor rights. And obviously that's important to us, that we make sure that those that we're doing business with are treating people well. And I think that it's important for us to make sure that we have the facts right as we talk about this, to ensure the people that are listening that we are concerned about labor rights and that there are facts there to show that we should move forward because of the progress that has been made. And so making dramatic process, improving those labor laws, for instance, is increasing the violence against union members and increasing the prosecutions against those who create such violence. I think probably, Mr. Reif, you're the one to speak to this, to talk about what has the UN done in recognizing this? Have they not taken an action as a result of what Colombia has done in their progress?
Thank you, Congresswoman. The International Labor Organization has, in fact, removed Colombia from a list of countries that have particular problems in this area over the last number of months, and it is in recognition of important progress that the Santos administration has made, in particular, moving forward and addressing a number of these different areas. As the discussion has illustrated, this is not a simple matter. We have high confidence in the action plan for the reasons that I think I've indicated, and the action plan has been implemented by Colombia every step of the way as provided for under the action plan, with a few remaining steps left. So we are confident that the action plan is putting into place tools that will alter the situation on the ground, coupled with the, as Ms. Ellard points out, the highest labor standards of any free trade agreement in the world that are in the core text of the agreement and fully enforceable.
And I think that's important to lift up and to make sure that is being noted both within this committee and also for those who are listening and following these agreements, because there will be a lot of news after today. As I say, I think this is a really, really important day for our jobs bill and being able to move forward and helping our farmers and many of the other industries, to say it's not just the United States that has recognized the progress that has been done in Colombia. It's been recognized by the UN, and the fact that they have been lifted from the labor watch list in 2010. And I think, as you have already said, Mr. Reif, that there has been significant action even just since April, when President Obama and President Santos agreed in April on a labor relation plan. My understanding is that almost all of which Colombia has already completed, and they're meeting every deadline. And so I think that it is so important that when we talk about our concerns and what were past concerns, but we also make sure that the facts are laid on the table and that we're not ignoring this issue. And this is an issue that is being addressed very, very seriously, and to give credit to the Colombian leaders that they are moving along and they are progressing. And therefore, that says to me that there is a reason to support this, to say this is good for both Colombia and also good for the United States, but most importantly, it's good for our American citizens in the creation of jobs. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Mr. Larson's recognized for the purposes of a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Camp. I regret that I have to leave and attend a funeral, and wish for the record to be recorded no on Colombia, yes on Korea, and yes on Panama.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Mr. Blumenauer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate getting to us at this point with these issues. The trade in the international economy is important to my community. And I am proud of a history of trying to work on a bipartisan platform dealing with trade in areas like Vietnam and Peru, China and the WTO, and have been pleased to at efforts to try and work and make these things better. We have seen some who are cranky that things didn't proceed as soon as the agreements were negotiated. I personally think the time was well worth it. I appreciate the work, particularly of Mr. Levin and others, to be able to dive in. I appreciate what's happened with the administration in terms of a number of areas of clarification, and I think the countries involved move forward. It's going to make a difference for the community that I represent. In terms of Korea, the autos and beef, I think the Panamanian agreement renegotiated, dealing with the labor and environmental protections, which are of particular interest to me, clearing up some of the tax haven matters. And I think there's been progress made with Colombia. I would take modest exception to a point my good friend from Illinois made, because we're not talking about and concerned about murder rates per se, although I think all of us are concerned whether it's St. Louis or Bogota. But the notion of violence that is targeted towards specific people. My information is that there were more trade unionists killed in Colombia last year than any place else in the world. It's not just a murder rate. I do think there has been progress. I salute the progress. I hope more is done. We are in this together, and I think we have a responsibility to the country of Colombia, which has been more than a little destabilized because we can't keep drugs out of our prisons, and it's had a disrupting effect on them. But I do think that it is important for us to continue the progress of improvement, trying to reestablish a platform where we can work cooperatively and thoughtfully on the big picture issues. I think there is more that in fact can be done. I think strengthening the action plan and dealing with issues of Colombia. I'm not going to speak extensively in the course of the proceedings on the others, but I hope that what we are talking about here going forward is a recognition that the delay with the administration, and I think that we have worked on our side of the aisle, has resulted in 3 agreements that are better. And I think it was worth the effort. I plan on supporting 2 of the 3, but I hope that this is a platform that we go forward in other areas where we can strengthen the things that our constituents care about and agree upon, because I think there's an opportunity for progress ahead. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Ryan's recognized.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Reif, it's nice to see you back here at the committee. And Ms. Elwood, I want to congratulate you for all your hard work, and USTR folks, you know, for bringing this forward. I don't want to take too much time because I think we've taken 5 years too much time. Quite frankly, I'm more than a little embarrassed that it has taken us this long to get to this position. Let's think about what this agreement does and who it's with. We already give Colombia unfettered trade to our country. This gets us reciprocal treatment. Labor, I don't understand why labor doesn't call this a victory. Instead, why are we moving the goalposts again? I will not yield. I'm sure someone will ask me to in a second. Foreign policy. This is a no-brainer. I mean, look at what this ally has done. They've helped us stop the drug trade. They engage in great security cooperation in South America. They help us at the UN Security Council. They've taken the initiative against FARC. They've helped us with Iran at the UN. They are a beachhead for democracy and free enterprise in Latin America where we need one. It's embarrassing that it's taken this long. We are damaging our country's leadership and our reliability by dragging our feet on these kinds of agreements. So I don't even want to take any more time because I want to get on with the vote and move this thing forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pascrell is recognized. Your microphone.
We don't expect people to be perfect. Only God is perfect, to my brother from Washington. But what we are hearing today is very familiar. In the discussion, you go back to the last 10 discussions, 10 trade agreements that we've had, the same promises, the same commitment. In fact, you just brought up an interesting subject, Mr. Ryan, now that we're dealing with no-brainers. Let me ask Mr. Reif, since President Juan Manuel Santos took over, was elected in Colombia, correct? He's the president, right? The last 38 cases of trade union murders, do you know how many convictions we've had since he's been the president? Now that we turned to a new chapter and a new leaf, how many convictions?
So I don't know the convictions number. I do know that every single one of them is being investigated, though. And if I might say,
no, just how many? One is the answer.
But every single one is.
Where's your progress? Where is your progress that you talk of?
There were.
So this is not delayed. This is not delayed over 5 years. This is discussion in a bipartisan way to try to get the best deals that we can get. And I respect all the sides of the aisle who participated in these things to bring us to where we are. But that doesn't mean we got to where we want to be. Now, I'm looking at the U.S. International Trade Commission, which is basically part of the Commerce Department, although it's independent and impartial. Would you agree with that, Mr. Reif?
The ITC is an independent agency comprised of 3 Democratic.
Would you consider them impartial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at the report that they provided on each of the deals that are before us today. I want to know your response to what they say. Korea deal, jobs negligible, quote unquote. The Colombia deal, which is in front of us right now, minimal to no effect in most job sectors. Panama, it's unclear, but small regardless. We have a major problem here. If you want to talk about distorting facts, both sides have committed, and neither is privy to the issue, I will grant you that, of jobs. Both sides committed in January to come and bring before us, the American people, jobs, how the government can be helpful in creating jobs and not reducing them. The government can't just snap its finger. We can't do that. It doesn't happen that way. We can falsely promise and then raise expectations and not being able to deliver on most of the deals that we passed. And I defy anyone to tell this audience today. That's why people are demonstrating in New York and Detroit and other places. These are not anarchists. And if they are, the heck with them. But they're basically people who understand that the promises that we presented, we can't deliver on. And these are 3 deals. I think the Panama deal is a different situation for reasons when we get into that. This is a do-over. This is an absolute do-over. The May 10th, 2007 agreement which we fought for and proudly supported, provided for the inclusion of enforceable international labor standards in a trade for the first time. Our workers are not going to take it any longer with false promises that help one segment of the population, one area, be it New Jersey or Illinois, and does not look at the very basic creation of jobs. We are bad at it, and our trade deals are just as much a part of what's happened to this country in the last 4 years as anything else, and both parties participated in. No party can wash its hands of what's happened in our trade agreements with other countries. Balance of trade, we know that if all the Chinese had to do, we only need 2 or 3 things to change, Mr. Chairman. We talked about it here, currency, the manipulation of currency. If we rectified that, there'd be at least 1,200,000 jobs created in this country, and we do nothing about it. In fact, your leadership won't even bring it up here.
All right.
Both sides are phoning on the issue, and these deals are phony.
All right.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Reed is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to let my colleagues argue and have a discussion on side issues. I'm going to just take a very direct question to you, Mr. Reed. From your perspective, the administration's estimates, how many jobs are we talking about being created under these 3 agreements?
The ITC estimates, particularly in the Korean agreement, which is the largest of the agreement, tens of thousands, 70,000. And let me underscore that the ITC modeling in this area does not include, it includes only goods trade. It is difficult to model services trade. So the $500 billion Korean services market, where we stand to benefit enormously in the United States through our businesses and our employment, is not even part of the ITC study. So these are important net positive for the United States in terms of job creation. Now, the Korean one is obviously the largest of the 3.
Ms. Ellard, would you have an estimate of any job impacts?
I entirely agree with Mr. Reif's estimate and his characterization of the conservative nature of the ITC's estimate.
All right. So it's a good day. There's a good chance we're going to be creating jobs out of these 3 agreements. And I'm just going to take that moment to enjoy the fact that we're doing something positive about the economic conditions of America with the passage of these 3 agreements. One issue I just wanted to touch on, I come from upstate New York. I have a lot of agricultural activity in our district, and one product in particular are apples. And I know the South Korean agreement, there's some SPS issues with the apple situation, and Colombia and Panama seem to be a little more receptive to the apple trade. So I just want you to know that our office, my office in the 29th Congressional District, is very interested in working with the administration, working with our trade ambassador to work with the South Korean government about expanding the opening of apple exports from upstate New York to South Korea. So anything we can do along those lines would be greatly appreciated by me.
So we are pleased to work with your office and with the growers in the Korean market and in any other market context. If Mr. Chairman, might I make a comment about the number of comments that have been made about delay, if I could? I mean, the President took office at a time when there was enormous skepticism about trade. And what he directed his Ambassador Kirk, to do was to go to each of the 3 pending agreements and seek to address the concerns that had been raised. Now, I think the discussion this morning, and we'll get to the other 2 agreements in a short while, illustrates that we succeeded better in the eyes of some on some of the agreements, and we succeeded less well. But we took head-on the issues of automobiles and other things in the context of the Korean agreement. We took on head-on the issue of labor standards and the relationship between the ability to apply the strong labor provisions that are embedded in the Colombian agreement with the issue of labor violence. We took head-on the issue of taxes and the implementation of labor laws in Panama. And the purpose of doing that, and it did take some period of time, the purpose of doing that was to seek to lay a firmer foundation than we found when we came into office, when the President took office, for now and for the foreseeable future, so that the important role the critical role that expanding trade plays to our economy can be more strongly entrenched in moving forward on these agreements as well as agreements that will follow in the future. So there was a purpose to taking the time to work on these 3 agreements. And I know you all understand that, but I just wanted to say on behalf of the administration, and Ambassador Kirk and the President, that there was a reason for that, and we are now very pleased to be moving forward on all of these 3 agreements.
Mr. Wright, if I could, as we end my time here, what I'd like to say is, as a new member of Congress, it's amazing what we can accomplish in this city if we don't care who gets the credit. Some very strong leaders have said that before, and as a new member, you will always hear that from me. I don't care who gets the credit. I don't care about the arguments of delay any further, just so long we're moving the ball down the field. And today, I believe we're making a giant step to move the ball down the field in a positive way for all Americans. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I have 2 remaining requests for questions, and then I will look to concluding the question period. All right, there are some more hands. All right, we'll move to Mr. Neal at this point. You're recognized for...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to use my time to raise a question with Mr. Ryan, my friend Mr. Ryan, inoculating myself to suggest that I've been generally supportive of these trade agreements. If these really are no-brainers, then how come the American people are so skeptical of them? And I think there would be an acknowledgement that they cause economic dislocation. And there are parts of the economy that do better, and there are parts that surely do worse, and much of it concentrated in the old industrial areas. Now, if we accept that the genius of capitalism is that new industries and innovation replace those that are dying out, one might accept the idea that there ought to be a role for the government to mitigate some of the circumstances. But I come back to my original question, and I'm going to use my time to allow you to answer it. If they're all no-brainers, why is it that the American people are so skeptical of these agreements?
First of all, I said this agreement's a no-brainer. I think we should judge every agreement on their merits. It's a no-brainer because we already give them free access to our market, but they don't us. Second of all,
qualifying the Colombia agreement.
Colombia, I'm talking about. Second of all, when 95% of the world's consumers live in countries other than this one, if we want to be a mature economy, make things and sell things, and have a high living standard, we have to be able to get agreements to make things and sell across the world. Other countries are going around the world running laps on us, getting better preferential multilateral and bilateral agreements that help steer trade toward them and away from us. If you're standing still in trade, you're falling behind and you're losing, and we're losing the ability to open up markets for our products,
but
our service products,
would
our
the gentleman
manufacturing products.
acknowledge that there are
We
many
won't have a high
trading
living standard if we
partners
can't
across
keep
the
making
globe
things.
who really don't open up their markets despite what they say, and that the trade field really hasn't been level in many instances
So
across
the flip
globe.
side is we should just do nothing and hope
No,
for the
that's
best?
not the argument at all. I asked the question rhetorically, seeking an answer, and you've attempted to respond to it. If, in fact, these are so great, why is it that the American people are so skeptical? And my hunch is, in your constituency as well as mine, that is the case.
Farmers are asking us to pass this so they can sell their grain.
Strengthening my argument that
manufacturers
sectors
are
of the
asking us so
economy
they can
do
sell
better
their
than
implements
other
and their
sectors of the
products.
economy.
250,000 jobs resulting from these 3 agreements. What our manufacturers understand is we have to open up markets for them so they can sell
Many of those
products
who
and keep
petitioned
making
us
things
in
America.
support of the normal trade agreement with China today would argue, particularly in the financial services industry, that the barriers that have been created by China.
Okay, we're talking about Colombia.
Well, right, but I'm pointing out that you made the argument that these are no-brainers.
Yes.
And my response to that is that many who petitioned us over the years in support of permanent normal trading relationships with China, they would today conversely argue that in the financial services industry in particular, the idea of a forced or coerced partnership where you can only
let's
control
get back to
49%
Colombia,
of
which
the
is what I was
stock,
referring when I
you
said
cannot
no-brainer.
really make the determination for the company.
Let me answer your question specifically. When I say no-brainer, when Colombia has free access to our markets, but we don't have free access to their markets, and this essentially gives us that to me is a no-brainer.
I think a more general argument might be, Mr. Chairman, that we acknowledge that some parts of our economy do better and indeed some parts of our economy do worse. And we were told here for many years that you couldn't include labor rights and you couldn't include environmental concerns and you couldn't include human rights initiatives. And today we've discovered that you can include all of them. And some of the other agreements that we were compelled to vote upon, yes or no, without the qualifications that I've offered, may well indeed have been strengthened had we had the opportunity at that time to go beyond a yes or no vote and to use the amendment process. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my friend, Mr. Ryan, as always.
Thank you. Mr. Berg is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do also want to speed this up and not slow it down, but I certainly want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Brady for all their work on trade. Again, Ms. Ellard for all your work. I also wanted to thank my freshman colleagues, Mr. Reed and Ms. Black, for when we came out here, our concern was trade. And there were 67 of the freshmen that said, let's get rolling on this. And again, we've hashed over all these things, but one anecdotal thing for me was I talked to our trade office in North Dakota a couple days ago, and I asked them, you know, our manufacturers, our people that are moving our ag products, are they ready to start moving forward when these trade agreements pass? And the comment back to me was, we've been ready since 2006. And so, again, I see this right now where we have a 30% tariff on our ag products, a 14% tariff on our products going to Colombia, is dissolving that. My only fear is that we haven't lost too much market share by the time this gets implemented in a way that helps our American producers, whether it's small business or agriculture, get in these markets. So again, no question, but just a comment. Thank you. I'll yield.
Mr. Will you yield just me 30 seconds of your time, Mr. Berg?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to say one thing to my friend from Massachusetts, one other point. We have a trade surplus with countries, even in manufacturing, that we have trade agreements with. Our deficits are with countries we do not have trade agreements with. I think that means we should pursue more trade agreements so we can get the kinds of advantages for our constituents and our economy like we've been able to achieve with those with which we have trade agreements.
Would the gentleman
we don't have a trade
yield?
agreement with China.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yeah.
Will somebody yield, Mr. Ryan?
Mr. Ryan has the time. Mr. Berg controls the time, but he's yielded to Mr. Ryan. So Mr.
Well,
Ryan
I
has
will
the
just
floor
yield
right
to
now.
And I'd be
Mr. Ryan.
delighted. I know you started off and I'm finishing it, but I think the point is we do well for our country when we get trade agreements, and we even have surpluses. That's what we're talking about here.
One of the problems with the trade agreements is that when they...
The time is
gentleman
Mr.
yield?
Berg's. The time is Mr. Berg.
Mr. Berg.
Again, I just yield to Mr. Ryan.
Okay. I yield to Mr. Neal.
Would the gentleman acknowledge...
Wait.
May I?
You can't double yield, so...
Can't double...
Okay, I'll yield to Mr. Neal. I'll yield to Mr. Neal.
I thank the gentleman.
1 minute.
The gentleman has made the argument and reinforced what I've just said. North Dakota is performing extraordinarily well, and the agricultural sector is going to do very well from these agreements. That's not in dispute. Many of the old-line manufacturers across the country that were promised the panacea of the China normal trading relationship didn't benefit, and many of the items that were suggested to us in selling the agreement really didn't turn out to be quite what we were told they were going to be. And if you recall, the fevered push here from many sectors of the economy to push that Chinese trade agreement really didn't pan out. And I come back to the argument I made a moment ago that many in the financial services industry who decided they were going to go with great enthusiasm to China have decided after many years to pull back and indeed withdraw. And it is the coercive partnership that is the most problematic part of the relationship. The idea, once again, that you can only control 49% of the company's endeavors is a prohibitive factor. And I hope that the gentleman might, from the yield to yield to yield, acknowledge that part.
If Mr. Berg will yield.
Well, I'll reclaim my time and yield.
I will acknowledge that. This is Colombia, not China. And I would simply note we don't have a trade agreement with China. And if we ever did, we would make sure, we would obviously, it'd be in our interest to fix that.
Mr. Berg, one last word.
All right.
I yield back to Mr.
Mr. Berg has a few seconds remaining, or if you yield back, I will recognize Mr. Crowley, and he can yield.
I'll yield back.
All right. Mr. Crowley is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I will yield just briefly to my friend from Massachusetts.
I thank the gentleman. My point, Mr. Ryan, was and is that when I hear people say these agreements are no-brainers, they've been sold to us under that guise before, only to discover afterwards that there are certain parts of the agreements that do not go down well with previously held positions that were enthusiastically supported by sectors of the economy.
reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, first of all, for bringing all these bills before us today. And I know that a great deal of work on both sides of the aisle went into the development of these agreements. I just want to thank the administration for moving forward. But I just want to make, and I wasn't going to speak particularly on this bill or any of them, quite frankly. I do have some comments for the record that I will enter into the record. But I felt compelled just momentarily.
Without objection.
I felt compelled momentarily to say something in regards to my colleague from Illinois and the statements about what it is we're trying, I believe, what we're trying to do by engaging in these agreements. I would argue that one of our greatest commodities and one of our greatest products that we have in this country are our values and what we would like to see in other countries that are developing around the world. And the murder rate in Colombia is a factor, as is other human rights, I think, within countries that we enter into agreements with. I will note for the record, we do not have an agreement with Burma. We do not have an agreement with North Korea. We don't have one with Iran. I would imagine that my colleague from Illinois would not suggest that we enter into them because of their human rights violations and the positions they hold in contrary to ours with our own allies and shared allies that we have, for instance, with South Korea. One of the things I say about South Korea is if you want to be treated like South Korea, act like South Korea. And I just think it's important, you know, that many of us on this side of the aisle would say, let's renegotiate the agreement with Mexico. There are many people on my side of the aisle who have been saying that for some time. I wasn't here, nor was my colleague from Illinois, when that legislation, those agreements were entered into. But there's no question here, we all have concerns about the level of violence and murder that's taking place in Mexico today, and would certainly working through the agreement we have right now, hoping that we can in some way effectuate change within Mexico. But you know, the notion or idea that these are purely economic agreements, I would argue that they are also, and maybe more importantly, geopolitical agreements and diplomatic agreements that we're entering into today, and that our reason for supporting these agreements, if we so choose to, is because we do believe that Korea is a special ally of the United States, that we do believe that Panama is a special ally of the United States, and that we do believe that Colombia in South America is a special ally to the United States, a long-standing ally, dating back as far as it may be prior to that, but the Korean War. So I don't think that purely looking at this as economics and not looking at the greater picture and what is happening in these countries as though that should not be important to us, I think needs to be clarified, at least from this side of the aisle, at least from this gentleman from New York. Those are important factors, and I think that need to be weighed in when negotiating these agreements. And with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
All right, Mr. Kynes recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, let me commend the leadership of this committee. I know there's been a lot of hard work put into these 3 bilateral trade agreements, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to consider them today, and I, for one, will be supporting all 3. I think it's time for us to get back in the game. I commend the USTR, the team that's been assembled, and the Obama administration for taking the 3 trade agreements that were prior negotiated by the Bush administration and made them better. I mean, there were some serious concerns, especially on this side of the aisle, into what was initially negotiated. The administration recognized it, went back to all 3 countries, and I think improved them drastically and put them in a position now where many of us feel much more comfortable supporting them, and including Colombia. I share the concerns that many of my colleagues on this side do in regards to the level of violence generally in Colombia and the level of violence with labor leaders in particular. It's an issue that needs to be addressed. However, I think the Labor Action Plan that was negotiated, that is now being implemented, is a huge step forward. And unlike our ranking member, Mr. Levine, who played an instrumental role in making sure that Labor Action Plan was in place and is moving forward, I don't share his concern that it was vitally important to have it as part of the bulk of the agreement. Mr. Reif, let me ask you, a lot of what's in the Labor Action Plan is already in process, already being implemented. Are we fooling ourselves in thinking that that will stop at some point in the future if it's not a part of the agreement, or do you think the Colombian government
with good faith effort, is going to live up to the agreement that they've reached under this plan and continue implementing and trying to continue to improve the labor violence conditions in that country.
Thank you, Mr. Kind, and I think very much so. I mean, for a number of reasons. First, I think this administration, the Santos administration, from when it started, has approached this issue with a vigor and with a seriousness. Secondly, all of the elements of the action plan, except the full hiring of all the labor inspectors, will be in place by schedule before January 1, 2012, so the President will be able to assess that Columbia has continued, as it has all the way along since the spring, to implement every single one of these steps as it's moved along. And yes, we fully expect that the government will continue to implement that plan, and we will work with them to provide assistance, to provide to share with them concerns if they arise or as they arise, which is true in other areas of trade agreements as well, as we continue to work with countries.
Let me just reiterate, my thanks to Mr. Levin for the leadership that he's shown on this issue. I mean, he really advanced the ball in my own mind. And what I'm hearing from you today, in your opinion, is the fact that it's not a part of the bulk of the agreement will not weaken the commitment of the Colombian government in regards to the labor action plan as we move forward. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And I share, Mr. Bustani's concern in the line of questioning that he raised earlier today, too, that the longer we're on the sidelines, the greater market share we're going to be losing in these countries. Just had a recent meeting with Ambassador Kirk, who informed us that we've already lost close to 50% of market share for agricultural products going into Colombia in the last year alone. And they are moving forward, Colombia, Korea, Panama, with bilaterals or multilateral agreements with other countries. And the longer we wait, the more we're going to be excluding our products, our services, in getting in the country. So I think time is of the essence. Not that these agreements are going to be the panacea to what ails our economy, but being on the sideline for so long, not having a robust and aggressive trade agenda, I think has hurt our economy. And it can also be part of the solution to getting us back on track, creating the good-paying jobs that we desperately need. I know I've been hearing from a lot of my agriculture producers in Wisconsin who feel that these agreements are a good deal. They are essential for us to have increased market share. Many of my manufacturers, 3M, a train company, Cummins, are all supportive of these agreements because what they're making in western Wisconsin now is being exported but getting hit with tariffs going into these countries. That tax that's making it harder for them to remain competitive on a global scale. So these agreements will help in that regard too. I know it's difficult with the economic anxiety that we face in trying to sell these agreements with the American people, but as my colleague from Wisconsin pointed out, we're 4% of the world population. We've got to stay engaged. And this is more than just goods and services crossing borders. I think when that happens, armies don't. And it's an important tool in our diplomatic arsenal as well, that we're engaged actively in trade agreements, trying to reduce the barriers and level the playing field for our workers, for our companies. I think these trade agreements make a huge step in that direction, provide a good template for future trade action that we hopefully will be able to work on as a committee. And again, I commend the leadership. And Mr. Chairman, I also want to thank you for your diligence with the TAA reauthorization. It's been a sticking point for too long. We've got to get it done, but hopefully we'll have a chance in the future to have some hearings in committee on how we can improve the TAA process so it's much more effective and we're much more helpful to those displaced workers that are impacted adversely from trade. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Berkeley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and in the interest of time, I'd like my full statement to be put into the record.
Without objection.
And just taking a moment of the committee's time, I also have serious concerns about job creation in this country. My state in particular has been hardest hit. I've got the highest unemployment rate in the nation. I will be voting against the trade agreements for the very reason that some in the committee are saying that it's a very good thing. Rather than creating jobs, and the number 200,000 has been presented by many of my colleagues, I think just the opposite is going to happen. I'm very fearful that these trade agreements will continue to undermine the American workforce, and that we will be losing 200,000 jobs, not creating them. And for that reason, I will be voting against all three, and I'll submit my entire statement for the record. And I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Becerra is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. And I'll try not to use my full 5 minutes. Mr. Reif, thank you very much for being here again. I only have a few questions to you. One, I think I've asked you this before. Do you own a house?
We do.
Okay. And did you shake hands with the bank when they lent you the money to buy your house? Or did they have you sign some documents?
There was a shaking of the hands and a signing of documents.
Okay. Did they give you the money because you shook hands or because you signed the documents?
I suspect it was related to the documents.
Yeah, I suspect so as well. If we these days rely on a document that's signed that certifies that we have an agreement so that I as a bank we feel comfortable lending you money, or I as the owner of a home feel comfortable for you as a buyer to take over my home, it's because we want to be as sure as possible that you indeed will fulfill your end of the bargain after I've given you the house or I've given you the loan. With regard to Colombia, I know the President did a great job of trying to negotiate some terms with Colombia to address the extreme violence that exists today in Colombia, not just against Colombians, but against Colombians who are workers, who are trying to increase their wages or get better working conditions in their place of work. And my understanding is that it was a pretty good agreement on how to move forward to make sure that Colombia will not try to allow its employers to suppress the opportunities for its workers to engage in meaningful activities to protect their wages, increase their wages, or protect their opportunities and rights at the workplace. I appreciate that you're relying on the good faith of the Colombian government to try to move forward the terms of that plan that was agreed to. But just as the bank didn't rely on your good faith to pay the mortgage, and nor would you rely, if you ever sell the house, on the good faith of the buyer to pay you as well, I don't believe that the United States, but more importantly, Americans and American workers should rely on the good faith of another country to make sure that it's competing with our workers based solely on a handshake or some verbal promise, or certainly the good faith of any particular competitor. And I believe that's what this all boils down to, because I want to applaud the work that the administration has done in trying to change what was, I believe, a flawed trade agreement when it was first signed. And I want to applaud the President for making it a part of his administration's efforts to try to change the terms of the original agreement to make it a better agreement. And I want to applaud the President for the work he did to try to get this action plan to deal with what is the highest rate of worker killings in any part of the world. In fact, my understanding is that in Colombia you have more trade unionists killed than you have throughout the world for these particular suppression reasons. And so I think you did phenomenal there. I think you fell anemically short in trying to make sure that you could then get those terms satisfied. And I think it's a darn shame. It's actually more than a darn shame, because American workers, not just Colombian workers, may be the people who pay the price if Colombia doesn't resolve the violence against people who work and try to organize and try to make sure all Colombian workers have decent conditions. Because if they don't get decent conditions and decent wages, then it makes it a lot easier for Colombian businesses to compete against U.S. businesses for things that we currently manufacture. And so appreciate that everything you've done. Terrible mistake in not moving forward to make sure you got it signature on the dotted line, not for the President, but for American workers, to make sure that they could feel comfortable with that. I think in terms of the other agreements that we're going to have a chance to discuss, you also made progress, and I appreciate that. But in terms of this Colombian agreement, I think it's a real unfortunate mistake to try to move forward an agreement without taking care of the issues of leveling the playing field, so American workers once again don't feel besieged because some country is using artificial constraints to compete against American workers who are among the most productive, if not the most productive, in the world. And so I thank you and the President and all the administration for work that you've done, but I sure would love to discipline you for the failure to move forward on that one aspect of making sure you tie all the ends together. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back to time.
Thank you. Mr. Levin's recognized. I believe there are no further questions. Mr. Levin.
Well, I was going to comment, but I think Mr. Becerra has covered this issue. The preference of the administration was to have reference of the action plan in the implementation bill. And that was thwarted, and I think it was a mistake to give into it. The action plan relates to the gist of the issues between our two countries that prevented the approval of Colombia way back. And I think another factor is that a clear reference in the action plan, in the implementation bill, would lay the foundation, would describe the basis for future implementation of the worker rights provision in the agreement. Because after a long struggle starting with Peru, we were able to get worker rights, the ILO provisions, into a trade agreement. And it's general language. And what it means will be determined in its implementation. And in terms of Colombia, the clear reference in the implementation bill would lay the foundation for future use of the dispute settlement system. So I think, as I said before, it was a step forward. And I echo what Mr. Becerra has just said. It was a serious mistake to have no reference whatsoever. So I yield back, and I assume we'll now go on to Korea.
Yes. We have a couple items of business. First, there being no further questions, are there any amendments to H.R. 3078? And if there are no amendments, I will now recognize Mr. Herger for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 3078 to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
The ayes have it.
And we'll have a record.
Is agreed to.
We've agreed to a record roll call.
A recorded vote is requested.
And we'll do that on all three, so maybe you don't even have to.
Well, just, I need to say for the record, pursuant to Committee Rule 19, the recorded vote on reporting the House will be postponed until the end of the markup. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 3079, the United States-Panama Trade Promotion Agreement Implementation Act, which was distributed in advance along with a section-by-section summary. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read. I will now turn to Ms. Ellard to provide the technical description of H.R. 3079. I would ask that members hold their questions until after her presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, just like the prior agreement, the text and the Statement of Administrative Action and the section-by-section summary were circulated in advance. And this agreement is very similar in structure to the agreements that have been considered in the past. So I'll just highlight a few key issues. And also, the Panama text that's been circulated and that was introduced by the President, was submitted by the President on Monday, is virtually identical to the non-markup version that this committee examined, except for certain technical issues and offsets. So Title I contains the approval and general provisions. Title II contains the customs provisions, including the Tariff Proclamation Authority. Section 202 contains the agriculture safeguard. 203 contains the rule of origin. Title III contains all of the safeguard provisions, including the general safeguard, the textile safeguard, and provisions relating to the global safeguard. Title IV contains miscellaneous provisions, and Title V contains the offsets, which in Section 501, the customs user fees would be extended, and in Section 502, there is a provision providing for the time for payment of corporate estimated taxes.
Thank you, Ms. Ellard. Again, Ms. Ellard and Mr. Reif are here to answer any questions members have. Are there any questions or other discussion? Mr. Levin.
As I said in my opening statement, I very much support this agreement. I'm sorry Mr. Schock isn't here. I just want to say it's very mistaken to say that we should not, in trade agreements, dictate to other nations. Essentially, what trade agreements do in large measure is nations dictate to each other. That's what an agreement is. And we have in agreements requirements as to IPR, those are dictates, as to customs, as to transparency. So it's really wrong to simply say because it's worker rights, we should not be dictating. Indeed, what we're doing in agreements is setting standards for lots of things, and what we did in the Peru agreement was to add standards as to labor and environment, and those provisions now are in the Panama Agreement. The problem with Panama was that their worker rights provisions were not consistent with basic ILO standards. And I'm sorry Mr. Ryan isn't here, because when he said he's more than embarrassed it took so long, the reason it took so long was that Panama was in violation, as made clear by ILO and State Department reports, of basic international worker rights standards. That's what held it up. And we began to negotiate changes before the last administration that I participated in, which were interrupted by a action by the Panama legislature as to who was the Speaker of the House. So we stopped. The Obama administration picked this up, and we now have incorporated not only the language, but essentially Panama has rectified its legislative provisions and its practices in terms of worker rights. So I'm not sure what else one would ask except the relationship, except the tax haven issue. If we had voted for Panama when it was originally negotiated, we would not have the improvements in worker rights provisions. We also would not have the TIA that now Panama has executed relating to its tax haven status. That was also raised somewhat later, and now Panama has acted. So I think in view of the, and Mr. Reif, you said it somewhat diplomatically, which is part of your job, you're an ambassador, but the Obama administration undertook to improve the Panama FTA, I think successfully, and I think in view of that, it's worthy of our support, and I hope there'll be broad bipartisan support within this committee.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased, as you are, this day's finally come. The committee is holding its markup, the U.S.-Panama Trade Promotion Agreement. For 4 years, this agreement, like the others, has remained in limbo, and I'm sure no one is happier today than our long-standing trusted ally, Panama. Panama has patiently fulfilled all the requirements requested of it. The country has made significant leaps forward on tax transparency, both by signing a tax information exchange agreement with the United States last year and by joining the OECD list of countries that meets internationally agreed upon tax standards, a list that includes the United States. Panama has also made over a dozen changes to its labor code. Panama presents significant opportunities for U.S. exporters. Known as a logistics hub, Panama is one of the fastest growing economies in Latin America. Through this agreement, our businesses, workers, farmers, and ranchers will have greater access to the Panamanian market to export in all sectors to a new, expanding universe of consumers, while creating job opportunities here at home. Every day we've delayed implementation of this agreement and waited on the sidelines. We've put our exporters at a competitive disadvantage, losing American market share and costing American jobs. We have seen other countries vigorously pursue their own regional and bilateral deals to secure market access for their products and their services. But it is not too late to reverse this trend and regain our footing. Mr. Reif, how quickly can this agreement enter into force? And as a supporter of this, how can we make sure that we're able to recapture any lost ground for American farmers, manufacturers, and service companies?
Sir, as is the case with the earlier agreement we discussed, the legislation provides that the agreement can enter into effect on or after January 1, and we will enter into the process that was discussed a little while ago, where the moment this legislation is enacted, our agency will move to reach out to the government of Panama and discuss with them the steps that we believe that they need to take to complete the full implementation of the agreement so that we can, we hope, meet that deadline as we work with them. But we want to get it right, sir. We need to make sure that the government of Panama, just like the other governments, does what's necessary so that the full range of opportunities that our trade negotiators have negotiated and achieved in the agreement is open to American businesses, to American farmers, and to working people.
Well, Mr. Reif, having in my visit to Panama, very impressed with the growing dynamic economy, with the service sector that matches up beautifully with the United States service sector, the opportunities for expansion, both the United States and Panama, and believe it is time to move this. I appreciate, too, the administration working together with Republicans and Democrats to create a strong bipartisan agreement, and with the passage of trade adjustment assistance, as well as the other two agreements, looking forward to moving this bill very soon. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Panama Agreement tends to get overshadowed by much more commercially significant Korean agreement and the problematic Colombia agreement, and so now it's Panama's moment in the spotlight. Before getting to my question to Mr. Reif, I'd like to lay out 5 reasons why I strongly support this agreement, and I disagree with my good friend from Texas. We did not sit on the sidelines waiting. We have been negotiating. Now, first of all, the May 10th agreement, many of us fought for years to include strong and enforceable labor and environmental commitments to our trade agreements and to strike a better balance between access to medicines and incentives for new innovations. We finally won the battle several years ago with the so-called May 10th agreement, and this agreement reflects those changes. It was not in it originally. Secondly, tax transparency. Panama has been a tax haven for many years. For 6 years, the last administration tried to, and failed to conclude a TIEA with Panama. But using the leverage of the trade agreement, we managed to persuade Panama to sign and fully implement a TIEA. According to The Economist, Panama's ratification, quote, marks the most significant step to date on the road to ending 4 decades of virtual watertight banking secrecy laws. That's not sitting on the sidelines. Now, the third one, Panama's labor laws, we insisted that the trade agreements not be considered until Panama addressed a variety of deficiencies in its labor law. In April, the Panamanian president signed into law the last remaining changes to bring Panama's laws into compliance with obligations. Fourth, some early NAFTA investment cases raised concerns about the rights of governments to regulate. But this agreement includes key provisions not found in NAFTA. For example, the trade agreement clarifies that environmental regulations generally are not considered expropriations requiring investor compensation. Finally, the United States has consistently maintained a trade surplus with Panama for over 20 years, $5.7 billion in 2010, and the trade agreement is expected to increase this surplus. So it's for those reasons that I support this agreement, but I have a question because some have argued that the United States negotiated a, quote, loophole-ridden, close quote, tax information exchange agreement with Panama. They note, for example, that the TIEA includes a broad, quote, public policy exemption that Panama can abuse. Mr. Reif, could you respond to that accusation? Because we think we tied it down, and it sounds like to some people it's still wide open. Please say for the committee and for the record what the status of that issue is.
Yes, sir, we did tie it down, and the administration, both administrations, took the time to get this agreement right. The Treasury Department, the administration was not ready to sign until this TIA, which is based on the model TIA of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. All of our tax information exchange agreements are modeled on that. So is this one. It's no different than any of the others. All of them include that clause. It's a clause that we include at our insistence. It is used in only the most extreme circumstances, and there's very little record of it ever being used. It is certainly not a loophole that that the government of Panama could use or that we could use.
Can you give an example of a circumstance which might make it used, might make it useful? Someone might want to use it?
It is difficult to imagine. It could relate to the basic essential security interests or economic security interests of a country. It is not something that a country could use to reinstate the kind of privacy protections that the TIA has, along with Panama's legislation implementing the TIA, wiped away.
I appreciate your answer, and I think given the fact that we've spent the time we have on this particular agreement, this, of all the three, is the most ready for prime time and ought to be supported by everyone on the committee. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank you and Chairman Brady, Ranking Member Levin, and the administration, all the staff, for their good work on this issue, and I look forward to supporting all three of these trade agreements. But I'd just like to highlight here this morning the non-tariff barriers that impede U.S. ag exports that have been addressed here in this agreement. As I understand it, under the agreement, Panama will implement import measures on meat and poultry in a manner consistent with international standards. It will address other sanitary and photosanitary standards, and it will recognize the equivalence of U.S. meat and poultry inspection systems. The removal of these non-tariff barriers could also lead to increased market access for U.S. ag products. So, Ms. Ellard, would you mind briefly discussing how the implementing bill ensures that Panama will not receive the benefits of this agreement until it lowers its own tariffs, addresses key non-tariff barriers, and further increase access to U.S. ag products?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Jenkins. As you correctly note, the agreement provides all of these benefits with respect to the U.S. agricultural community. And Section 101B of the bill provides that the President, the agreement does not enter into effect until the President makes a certification that Panama has in fact complied with the terms of the agreement. And at that point, there's an exchange of notes and the agreement can be entered into effect. So as an initial step, that's very important to make sure the agreement doesn't enter into effect until Panama meets these obligations. If for some reason after entry into force, a problem develops, then there is a very robust dispute settlement mechanism beginning with consultations that will allow U.S. exporters to have their interests addressed.
Thank you. I would yield back.
Are there any others who seek recognition? So that we all understand, because the Trade Promotion Authority governs this bill, and the South Korea Agreement and the Panamanian Agreement implementing legislation amendments are not in order during committee consideration. Thus, there being no further members seeking recognition, I will now recognize Mr. Johnson for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 3079 to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and as Chairman Camp noted earlier, a recorded vote is requested. Sufficient number having favored recorded vote. Recorded vote will be ordered enrolled at the end of the at the completion of the markup today. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 3080, the United States Korea Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act, which is distributed in advance, along with a section-by-section summary. Without objection, this bill will be considered as read. I will now turn to Ms. Ellard to provide the technical description of H.R. 3080. I would ask that members hold their questions until after her presentation. Ms. Ellard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Korea Free Trade Agreement bill text, as well as the text of the agreement itself, the Statement of Administrative Action, and the section-by-section were circulated in advance. The bill text is identical to what was considered by this committee during the non-markup, except for some small technical changes and provisions relating to the offsets. This bill is very similar to the two already considered by this committee, so I will just very briefly summarize. Title I contains the approval and general provisions, which are identical to the prior agreements. Title II contains the customs provisions, including tariff proclamation authority. Title III contains the safeguard provisions. In addition to the safeguard provisions in the other two agreements, it also contains a very important auto safeguard provision relating to motor vehicles. Title IV relates to procurement, and Title V contains the offset provisions. In particular, Section 501 increases the penalty on paid preparers who fail to comply with earned income tax credit due diligence requirements. Section 502 contains a requirement for prisons located in the United States to provide information for tax administration. Section 503 increases the ad valorem fee collected by CBP, Customs and Border Protection, with regard to the merchandise processing fee. Section 504 extends the passenger and conveyance processing fees and the merchandise processing fees. And finally, Section 505 contains a provision relating to the time for payment of corporate estimated taxes.
Thank you, Ms. Ellard. Again, Ms. Ellard and Mr. Reif are here to answer any questions members may have. Are there any questions or discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Reichert.
I thank the chairman. I just saw Mr. Levin's hand go up, so I didn't want to usurp authority here.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would just like to again thank everyone who's worked so hard on this. And there's we thank Mr. Reif and Angela, Ms. Ellard, and there's a woman sitting behind you that I think everybody who has been involved in this process has been very key. Okay. And I want to just take a moment to thank Wendy Cutler, who was in Korea with me during our last visit, and all the hard work that she's put into this effort. This is about jobs, and I just want to go back to a question that was asked earlier, Mr. Reif, on the jobs estimated by ITC, 70,000. We know are a very conservative estimate. You pointed out that the services area is one was an area that was undercounted or not counted at all. And I wonder if you could just make that point again very clearly to the members and to the American public who might be listening.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Reichert. The jobs estimate from the ITC, the 70,000, is a highly conservative estimate in our estimation. And that is because it measures only goods exports. And a key component of this, one of the most far-reaching components of the chorus, our agreement with South Korea, is access to South Korea's $500 billion services market. And it contains very important components of access in all areas of services, from financial services across the board. And this will obviously be an enormous benefit to our economy, to exports from our economy, to our services, businesses, and working people. And so none of that is taken account of in the ITC estimate.
Hard to put a number to that, or do you have an estimate?
It has traditionally been difficult both to estimate services trade and to estimate the jobs related to services trade. So no, the estimate is conservative because it does not include what is almost certainly a much more significant number.
Well, the whole idea is that I think all of us here want to buy American, but we should also really be wanting to sell American, and that's what these 3 trade agreements are about today, is sell American. And when we sell American, we have to produce more products, and if we produce more products to sell across the world, we have to hire more workers to make those products, and therefore, this is a jobs bill. And I think that as we argue about the numbers, we can argue about the numbers, but the fact is that this will create jobs. The last time that the President's wanted to double exports in the next 5 years. The last time that was accomplished was 1995 to 2007. And I think one of the most stark statistics in that period of time that really stands out is the fact that we were able to double exports because we passed 9 trade agreements during that period. So we are on our way. We've got 3 on the table today, and we are on our way to helping the President and the country double exports. But one of my concerns also is that we are falling behind. And I'm deeply concerned that America is falling behind our competitors. As we heard earlier, 17% increase in trade between the EU and Korea since July 1st. There's been a 50% increase in agricultural exports from other countries to Colombia. We're losing our ground here. Would you agree with that, Mr. Wright?
Well, sir, we're pleased to be moving forward with the agreement. And as the President has said, it's very important to have gotten these agreements right. And in the case of this agreement, one imperative that he has repeated a number of times is not only that we continue to expand and liberalize our own trade, but that we be selling Chevys and Fords and Chryslers into Korea as well.
Can I just interrupt? I'm sorry, just real quickly, because I see I'm about out of time. So the question would be, how quickly then could this agreement be put into force? Once it passes Congress, then the administration has a responsibility.
We will work. We are ready to work the moment that the bills pass Congress to reach out to the governments. In this case, the government of South Korea, get to work to.
What's the time frame?
That will depend in part on.
What's your estimate?
I wouldn't want to put an estimate to it. We're going to work. I can tell you this: the President is eager to get these agreements into force. We need to get it right.
Great. Thank you. I'll you back.
Thank you, Mr. Reichert. Ranking Member Levin.
Thank you. You know, in a sense, it's getting late. The last thing trade discussion should be is humdrum. I mean, they're so important, and they're full of life and full of contest and competing ideas. And so I think we need to bring to life what the Korea Free Trade Agreement is all about and why it had to be redone. By the way, it's a myth that all of our trade agreements have surpluses. In the industrial sector with Mexico and others, there are deficits. So you have to get it right. And the problem with the Korea Free Trade Agreement was there were always major benefits in services for sure. Ag was more questionable because of beef. And in the industrial sector, which was 3/4 of our deficit, the automotive sector, it was one-way trade. Korea shipped 500,000-600,000 cars a year to the U.S. We were able to sell 5,000. And the Europeans, not much better. They had all kinds of barriers to our exports. So the notion is just sign a free trade agreement and those issues will be rectified was not correct. And that was too often the philosophy of the negotiation of free trade agreements, that if there were issues, they'd work themselves out. Well, with the industrial sector, they never were working themselves out. There was an iron curtain in the automotive sector and also refrigerators. We could not sell our manufacturers could not sell their basic refrigerator in Korea while our market going to any store was totally open to their products. And we needed to change that. And again, Mr. Reif has done it somewhat modestly, but this administration decided that, if you want to put it this way, 2/3, it wasn't even that, services, ag, weren't enough, or wasn't enough. We had to end the one-way street in the industrial sector in terms of American jobs. And the negotiations were difficult. At times, a few of us thought we weren't being strong enough, to the credit of Bob King of the UAW, Alan Mullally, and a few of us. We worked with the administration and said, be strong. Make sure the market's open. Make sure it's a two-way street instead of a one-way street. And I think that's basically what has been accomplished here as to an important sector of our economy, one that is helping grow our economy and needs to be able to export its products everywhere. So, Mr. Reif, let me ask you, there isn't much time, but indicate that the major changes that were made in the automotive sector in the redone agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Briefly, there are 5 major changes to the agreement that were made. First, we agreed to encourage green technologies by immediately cutting in half Korea's tariffs on electric car exports and eliminating both our tariffs altogether by the 5th year. Second, we leveled the playing field by addressing the ways in which Korea's system of automotive safety standards, as you mentioned, had served as a barrier to U.S. exports for many years. Third, we agreed that Korea would immediately cut in half its tariffs on U.S. auto exports, while our tariff on Korean auto exports will remain in place until the agreement's 5th year. In the case of trucks, U.S. tariffs will remain in place until the 8th year.
And that was done to make sure they opened up their market, right?
That there would be an opportunity for U.S. exporters to compete in the Korean market as these other changes, the changes in standards and the other changes that Korea has committed to do on its own in the environmental area, which were very important, with collaboration with the United States to elaborate an environmental standard that is also one that enables our exports to compete in their market. And finally, to put into place a safeguard mechanism so that the U.S. industry could be protected from any harmful import surges from the Korean market.
This is a safeguard mechanism for the motor, for the automotive industry,
for
right?
Motor vehicles, that's right.
It's not part of the overall. There's a specific safeguard. And for those who are worried about shipping in Korean vehicles with parts from, say, China, there's a safeguard in place if there were that kind of an influx based on cheap parts from some other country. I want you to emphasize that, because there's a tendency, I think, in all trade issues to distort.
All right. Thank you. Time's expired, and I appreciate this discussion on this agreement that really addressed particularly market access for U.S. automakers. And I just want to set the record straight that I and the Ways and Means staff, at that time the minority, were integrally involved in this negotiation. And I was very much a part of this, and Republicans were very much, I as then ranking member, was very much in favor of particularly the time period for South Korea cutting its tariff in half on trucks, and also the so-called safe harbor for the 25,000 vehicles that are deemed each year as compliant with South Korean safety standards if they meet U.S. safety standards. And I think that those were important points because of the history of non-tariff barriers and trying to get at addressing those. And I will say that that was a mutual agreement between the U.S. government and the Koreans, and the administration and Mr. Levin and myself were all, as well as the UAW, as well as particularly Mr. Mullally from Ford, were all involved in this negotiation. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And Mr. Bustani is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard over the past 9 months about the importance of this agreement with Korea, and I want to step back for a moment and look at it from a strategic standpoint. We've seen a stalling of the Doha round, and there's a lot of concern about what's next for the international rules-based trading system. We've seen a proliferation of bilateral and regional agreements, especially throughout the Asia-Pacific region. And the danger is that we, as a country, and our businesses, our farmers, are right now at a competitive disadvantage in many respects because of our lack of engagement in this area. And so from a strategic standpoint, this agreement is critically important. I think it's important that we move forward before the APEC meeting in Hawaii, where the President will be there, and as we try to really maximize our engagement in the Asia-Pacific area. I know I've had conversations with Assistant Secretary of State Kurt Campbell about the lack of leverage that we've had in dealing with China, for instance. And one of the most important things that he emphasized to me directly was the need to get this agreement done to help us develop more leverage throughout the Asia-Pacific region. Our leverage, our credibility are critically important. But also, it seems to me, and Mr. Reif, I'd like your opinion, talk to me about how this agreement helps us build momentum for whatever comes after Doha in terms of rejuvenating talk, basically to build our international rules-based trading system.
Well, sir, this is the largest trade agreement the United States has entered into in more than 15 years. And I think that sends a clear message to our trading partners that we are engaged, we are open for business, we are working to create the kinds of opportunities wherever we can find them around the world so that we can take advantage of those opportunities and enable our businesses and our farmers and our working people to benefit from those kinds of advantages. Secondly, the kinds of standards that are embedded in this agreement, whether it be in the technical standards area, sanitary and phytosanitary standards for agricultural exports, intellectual property standards, government procurement, the services market, all of these are global gold-class standards that others should pay attention to because they are the kinds of standards that our exporters and Korean exporters will be enjoying and set a model and an example for the rest of the world.
Thank you. And so in addition to really promoting reciprocity in terms of trade between our two countries, and if you take the three agreements together, this is the most significant job package we've seen in 3 years. But again, I know strategically speaking, the administration's looking at the Trans-Pacific Partnership and going forward with that. And so it seems to me that this agreement is a model for how we will proceed going forward with TPA, as well as rejuvenating broader talks in the context of the WTO. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I think your raising of the TPP is a very important point, Mr. Bustani. This agreement first and foremost signals an engagement with a critical and very fast-growing segment of the world in East Asia, and also the entire Asia-Pacific area that the TPP is to encompass, so that it is an important signal to that negotiation as we move forward on this one, both in terms of the standards that are being applied and the fact that we're moving forward with it and engaging and getting it right and taking on the harder non-tariff barriers that have been discussed by the chairman, by Mr. Levin, by others, that were until this time impossible to crack and that are a key part of the proposals and the engagement that the United States is involved in the TPP, where we are pushing the boundaries on regulatory standards, pushing the boundaries on transparency so that our businesses can understand when they're engaged in these markets what the regulatory structures are and how they need to be able to operate effectively. And it's not an invisible hand that makes it harder for them to sell. So yes, we think that the innovations in the chorus, in the area of regulatory treatment and transparency and many other areas are a very important point down the road towards the work that's being done on the TPP.
I thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Rangel's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take this time once again to thank Ambassador Kirk. When he first came and told us that he thought he could work with the government of Korea. I told him that Sandy and I and staff had worked so hard in trying to share with them that unless there was some relaxation of the restrictions on our export of automobiles, that the government had taken a position, they had signed, they had agreed, and it was all over. And because of the Korean government and our staffs and people working together, catching a lot of political flack at home from the Korean Congress, they did reopen and did examine the question of beef as well as it did with automobiles. So I just want to say that having served in Korea in 1950, I had no idea that this country could grow out of the ashes in such a short period of time and become such a close friend of the United States in terms of democracy and trade, but certainly in terms of national security, being there, representing the same principles that we do. And so I do think outside of just the job creation that we're dealing with a long-lasting friend, and I am just glad that we were able to work out the differences and able to move forward so that we both can gain from this agreement. I want to thank Tim Reif especially, as well as Ms. Aylard, because I do recognize that everything we take credit for, it's staff that actually has to do the work. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Teaberry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your leadership on this. I want to read to the committee, for the record, a quote. And this is the quote. Quote, "If Americans can buy Kias and Hyundais, I want to see folks in South Korea driving Fords and Chevys and Chryslers. I want to see more products sold around the world stamped with these three proud words, made in America. That's what we need to get done." And I know you couldn't agree more, Mr. Chairman, and I couldn't agree more. That was said last month by our President, Barack Obama. I'd like to submit for the record a letter from Ambassador Kirk, which outlines detail of USTR's intent related to provisions of trade remedies, the trade remedies chapter in the South Korean agreements, and it's something I think everybody on this committee wants to make sure is part of the record.
Yeah, without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott's recognized. All right. Mr. Pascrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into my line of questioning on rules of origin, I want to say that this legislation is very much better than the obvious original legislation dealing with Korean trade. There's some great things in this legislation dealing with technology products, pharmaceuticals, tremendously improved. It would help my state in that area as well as other states. But let me get down to my major contention with this piece of legislation. And that is one of the few areas of the economy that have been improving over the last 9-10 months is the manufacturing sector. We abandoned manufacturers, small manufacturers in this country, Democratic presidents and Republican presidents. And many of them have turned into, you don't have to go to the Midwest, rust belts, so that the entire infrastructure of manufacturing is gone. And to bring it back is not going to be an easy task. For those folks who believed that we were simply going to move into a service-oriented economy, that's not going to happen. And I will not repeat, but remind you of the debate between Hamilton and Jefferson, and Hamilton won that debate about what kind of multifaceted economy that we needed. So thank God we've turned away from those soothsayers of the 70s and 80s and 90s that saw textiles, apparel, leather products go by the wayside. How many jobs in New Jersey were lost because of that foolish thinking? And yet when we see what was the other end, how many jobs did we pick up because we got into these stupid trade agreements with other countries? It was not worth the agony. NAFTA not only hurt the United States, it hurt Mexico. and it's farming deeply. So I'm interested to hear the farming contents of our arguments today. So, Mr. Reif, let me ask you this. This is what I have major problems with, this legislation. The rules of origin provisions in this agreement, not in past agreements, not in futuristic agreements, this agreement. These provisions would allow products made with 65% foreign content, including regional countries like China, Malaysia, and Vietnam. They would qualify for duty-free access to the American market. Is that correct or incorrect?
Mr. Pascal, that's not a correct description of the rule of origin. The rule of origin provides that the automobile, we're talking about an automobile because the rules vary from product to product.
Right.
In the case of an automobile, it needs to be constructed, built in the United States or in South Korea, and it needs to have a certain amount of local content.
Well, in the NAFTA agreement even, we had, like, was the 50-50 formula, I believe, was it not?
The
in
NAFTA
terms of
agreement,
transporting of these goods?
I believe that that may be correct and reflected
Isn't this
the fact that
65-35?
Right. The NAFTA agreement reflected
Well, that's
the fact
what I
that
asked
our
you 3
automotive-
minutes ago.
Correct, but there's a very important requirement is that the vehicle is assembled in the country in South Korea or in the United States. In the NAFTA context, our industries were far more integrated than the U.S. and South Korean industries are.
So let's explain to me. Let's use an example. Let's use the example of Malaysia. How would that work if we're talking about the same automobile that you just described? Supposing they start the product, they start the automobile manufacturing. And isn't this a way for them to go through Korea to have that product completed? And that product, although mainly built in some other place other than Korea, is going to come into this country duty-free?
No, absolutely not, sir.
Well, tell me how it works.
Because the rule of origin requires that the automobile be built in the United States or in South Korea. And then on top of
What does that mean, built in the United States? The entire vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Part of the vehicle?
It means that the assembly line that puts the vehicle together, which is as you know, sir, a very complicated,
yes,
not a simple screwdriver assembly operation
Right.
to put together a car.
Is any of the product
Thank you.
able
Thank you.
to
The gentleman's time is
I was in the
expired.
middle of my question.
You had gone well over the time, and
I've stayed
I
here
let
all
Mr.
day.
Reif complete his answer, and now we need to move to Mr. Roscom, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to hit on 4 themes that I'm sensing today and just briefly touch on them. Those are jobs, strategy, common ground, and gratitude. The jobs component is evident. I represent a district in the western suburbs of Chicago that includes O'Hare Airport and have tens of thousands of jobs that are inextricably linked to trade. And, you know, to go through Mr. Reichert's Econ 101 class that he did a couple of minutes ago, more markets for American products means more American products, which means more jobs. It's self-evident. It's a good thing from an economic point of view. To look at at these trading partner relationships is incredibly powerful from a strategic point of view. Mr. Ryan made that point as it relates to Colombia. Here it is, something that was originated under President Clinton, continued under President Bush, that is Plan Colombia, an unbelievable American success story, a country that was sliding into a narco-terrorist state that is now emerged and is part of the community of nations that is leading a continent and is a real beacon of democracy and opportunity and free markets. That's something to celebrate. Panama, similarly, doing incredibly well. South Korea, I had the great privilege of traveling there in last November, and there has been a complete transformation over the past 60 years in South Korea. So from a strategic point of view, these make good sense for the United States. But it's also something to think through that this is an area that right now today, in a highly charged city, where the United States public is looking at Washington and saying, can't these people possibly find a pathway forward to create jobs and find some common ground? Well, the good news is send the signal flare up, because it's happening here right now. And the common understanding is that approximately 250,000 jobs are going to be created. That's a number that the White House is communicating. That's a number that is being echoed and reflected here on Capitol Hill. That's the common understanding of where we're going, and that's something to celebrate. And it's something to celebrate in the context of costing the American taxpayer zero money. No cost job creation, not one dime. And what's at the other end of this? Good things, opportunity, and prosperity. The final word, though, and I think it really is a capstone word, and that is a sense of gratitude. Gratitude to the Americans and the NATO forces that served in combat and transformed and rescued South Korea. My dad was a company commander there. I know that we have the great privilege on this committee and serving with two men who served there. That's Mr. Johnson and Mr. Rangel. These are heroes. These are people who answered their nation's call. And as the South Koreans have characterized it, they went to rescue a people that they had never heard of before, but they answered that call and they did it sacrificially. When my dad left South Korea, there were very few buildings in Seoul that even stood standing. And now, what do we have? We have a nation with whom we're entering this relationship that is now the 10th largest economy in the world, that has transformed itself with what? With American help, with NATO help, with allied help all the way around, and they have been wise stewards of that. They're no longer a recipient nation, but now they're a donor nation, and they're an incredibly important strategic partner of the United States. So I just want to acknowledge, Mr. Chairman, those members of our own committee who years ago answered our nation's call, answered the world's call, and came to the rescue of this nation. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Crowley's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't help but make the observation that it's, I believe, almost 270 days, and we're still waiting for a jobs bill. I hope that this is not the extent of the jobs bills we can look forward to. I also think we're looking for some vision from the other side of the aisle. I hope the vision doesn't stop at the notion of simply cuts to Social Security, cuts to Medicare, without any vision for opportunity for America moving forward. And we're still waiting for that jobs bill, and I'll continue to wait. I won't hold my breath, but I'll continue to wait. But I am glad that we are here today at this particular moment. And because of Democrats in this administration, these trade bills before us now include the critical May 10th provisions, which place a priority on the protection of labor rights and environmental rights. That means that core labor rights and environmental rights are enforceable. If violations happen, the United States can take action under the terms of these agreements. Because of Democrats, these agreements also ensure that our nation's auto companies have much stronger access to the Korean market, a market that was almost entirely closed to U.S. auto exports. Democrats worked hard to save General Motors and Chrysler just 2 years ago from bankruptcy and prevent the layoffs of hundreds of thousands of workers in states like Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle argued that it was time to let the U.S. auto industry die. We disagreed, and now the U.S. auto industry is growing and hiring again. I know I saw today in the news that Ford is hiring over 5,000 additional workers in its plants. Democrats also recently fought to protect a key investment program that has created 40,000 new jobs in the American auto industry from political attacks. Thankfully, this battle was won, and the United States will continue producing vehicles driven not only by Americans, but also that Koreans, Colombians, and Panamanians will also want to drive. So it's not a surprise that President Obama and Democrats demanded fairness for the U.S. auto industry in the Korea Trade Pact. And I'll paraphrase our president, and it's simple. If you can drive a Hyundai in New York, you should be able to drive a Ford in Seoul. The Obama administration has also made sure that our services companies have access to services, exports, business and contracts worth hundreds of billions of dollars. For a state like New York, where the services economy, and in particular the financial services industry, play a vital role and employ hundreds of thousands of workers, is incredibly important. On both the manufacturing and services exports fronts, these issues matter. And if Samsung can make money from doing business here, then our American insurance companies have the right to operate there. Democrats were on the receiving end of a lot of political attacks for fighting to get protections for American workers through trade adjustment assistance for our companies. We won them, and the time has come for action. Lastly, I also want to note the geopolitical importance of these agreements, but particularly of Korea. South Korea is not just a country. It is a major, major non-NATO ally of the United States. The administration has placed a strong emphasis on improving ties with our allies, and a strong South Korea is in the interest of the United States, not only for the many Korean Americans who live in this country, but for all Americans. And for that, Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful that this legislation before us, and I intend to vote for it when the roll call comes about. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Mr. Berg is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank Ambassador Hahn for his work. I know he was here earlier in his work in trying to build this relationship and move these trade agreements forward. I believe what we need to do in America here is we need to create the environment for jobs, the environment for growth. And as we've heard throughout the day, our small business here in America has been trying to operate with one hand tied behind its back, a disadvantage on tariffs. And so I'm obviously very excited about getting all three of these, but certainly the Korean trade agreement passed. July 1, the agreement between Korea and the EU, I believe, was passed or signed and agreed to. My concern is, again, we're losing market share, I believe, every month. And we're going to pass these agreements, but I really want to get kind of a little bit in the weeds. What are the next few steps that American businesses can look forward to saying, okay, we can start moving ahead? So if you could just, Mr. Reif, just kind of run through the timetable here, assuming these agreements pass in the next couple weeks, what would be the steps that American business can look at to say, gates are open, we can start moving product to Korea?
Mr. Berg, it's the coming into effect of the agreements. And our office is chomping at the bit to sit down with the governments of South Korea, with Colombia, and with Panama to ensure that they have taken all the steps that are necessary so that the President can determine that they have done that. They need to do that, obviously, so that our businesses and our workers and our farmers can get the benefits that are written in the agreement. We need to make sure that they're implementing. But the moment that these bills pass the Congress, we will be reaching out to our trading partners and arranging meetings to let them know our understanding of where their laws stand and their regulations.
Could you just give me an idea on is that a month? Is that 2 months? What, historically from other trade agreements, how long will that process
Historically, it's varied quite widely, depending on our ability to work with the government, depending on other circumstances. So we are very, very hopeful to be at the front edge here of doing it as fast as we can. Certainly, the President is eager. The benefits start to flow when the agreement comes into force. That is our number one objective. But we need to make sure we do it right, and that the requirements of the agreement are being met by our trading partners.
And again, these are trade agreements we've looked at for months and months and years. So again, just getting back, what would you estimate that time period would be?
I can't give you an estimate because it depends entirely on the responsiveness of our trading partners, on the dialogue that occurs.
Are we talking 3 months or 6 months? Just
if you look at and I'm sure your staff has prepared this for you, if you look at the trajectory of the amount of time it has taken, it varies very widely among different agreements. And it depends entirely. We will be prepared to sit down with each country and identify. We've done this work. We've done our homework. We're ready to go the moment the Congress passes. We will engage with them and identify for them where we think existing laws need to be changed. They will in turn respond to us to give you a flavor of what's going to happen so that businesses will understand this and so that you can understand this. They will respond to us, no, we already changed that law. Here it is. Translate it, read it, and see that it complies. And we're going to do that in about 100 different areas. So it's
okay,
a complicated...
in the last couple of trade agreements, what was that time period been? I don't know if...
As I say, it has I hesitate to mention all of the different numbers because some have been a matter of months and some have been significantly longer. We are aiming for the short end of that cycle. We will do everything within our control and within our power to make sure it comes in that way because that is what the President wants us to do.
Okay, and again, my question is how do we go to these businesses and tell them what this means for them? And again, I understand what you're saying, that in the past it could be 2 months. Who knows what the timetable would be. What would you say to small business about these agreements as far as when they can start doing business overseas?
I would say we will do our darndest to get these into effect as fast as we can, and it'll depend on making sure, because those small businesses also want to make sure that the transparency provisions, that the regulatory barriers that we are promising them, you and we as an administration are promising them, are being changed. We want to make sure that those things are being done, because if they're not done and the agreement comes into force, they may face the same problems they've faced in the past. They may face all of the same obstacles. We want to make sure that those obstacles are being taken care of.
Thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Berkeley is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the work of the administration and the committee on these trade agreements, but I continue to have my serious reservations and concerns on their impact on American jobs and job creation here in the United States. I cannot support the trade agreements, but I would like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Pascrell for him to continue to continue his line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, young lady from Nevada. Mr. Reif, I want you to understand where I'm coming from on this, that I want to help workers, and I want to be able to do whatever I can to help create jobs in the United States just as much as I want to help the industry. I mean, we're talking about a lot of industry. We're talking about this industry right now. So I have major problems in the area of rules of origin and transshipment, because this is pretty tricky. It's going on right now on other products. You know, part of it's made here. The pattern is laid out over here. And I know what this is being done for, Mr. Reif. So let's go back to our common denominator here, the car, the automobile. Mr. Reif, can an engine from the very car you were talking about be made in China for the vehicle that is being put together in Korea?
Sir, I don't know what percentage of a car an engine accounts for.
I asked you, can the engine for that car, I'm using that as an example, as a part of the car, be manufactured in China that goes into the car that's going to be made in South Korea?
Mr. Pascal, if I might take just a moment to describe how we develop the rules of origin for the automotive sector and for other sectors. We sat down with our manufacturers and asked them what kind of a rule of origin would enable them to export, because we have spent the last 2 years negotiating these provisions in close consultation with both the majority and the minority on this committee and with stakeholders, so that we could export more Fords and Chevys and Chryslers to Korea.
So the answer to your question is it could be.
Sir,
correct?
If can I just describe where the rule of origin and why we developed this rule of origin?
Sure.
We need a rule of origin that enables us to export those cars. We have developed the rule of origin, which requires that the car be built in the United States or built in South Korea. And we've come up with that rule of origin so that we can, in fact, create jobs, add jobs, retain jobs by exporting more.
Excuse me for interrupting, but the percentage of the total car can be made other places, a percentage.
Yes, a percentage of the
that's what I've been trying to ask you for many moments now. In other words, if the car is manufactured in the United States also, we're talking about duty-free now. Those cars are going to be coming into this country duty-free, made by other workers than people who work in the United States. If the car is manufactured here, and remember, this is only one item on the many items that are included in the trade deal. If the car is manufactured or put together in the United States of America, that an engine can come from China also. Correct?
Sir, if I may, South Korea did not negotiate a
incorrect?
trade agreement to enable workers in other countries, and we didn't negotiate the agreement. We negotiated an agreement that we thought would be good for workers in the United States, and South Korea wants to export cars made in South Korea. They don't want to export cars that are made someplace else.
What if it's made cheaper? What if parts are made cheaper in another place, quote unquote?
Their government, like our government, wants the benefits of this agreement to flow to working people and companies in their country, just like we want them to flow to working people and benefits in our country. And that is how we decided on the rule of origin for autos as well as for other manufactured products.
Mr. Reed, thank you. I would ask my friends on both sides of the aisle, look at the document. Look at this document, and you judge for yourself where a lot of the things that are going into the automobile, and they're going to be made, you will conclude, by folks who don't live in the United States of America or live in South Korea. We are establishing legislation here, if we do this. I know a lot of work's been put into it, and a lot of good things in here that do not help the American worker. That's why Mr. Reif could not give us an example, and he can't. He's not lying to us. He can't give us even close to a figure of how many jobs were created, could be created. And do you know how many jobs were supposed to be created in this country from NAFTA, CAFTA, SHAFTA, whatever they were?
Answer briefly because time has expired.
Sir, I can tell you what the estimates are for job creation under the Corps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very strong, and it's a pro-job, pro-American export agreement.
Thank you. I believe we have 2 remaining speakers that have asked for questions. Ms. Black is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank both of you for being so diligent and sitting here for so long answering these questions. I know that's got to be difficult. We've all had a little break. I want to start out with the ITC has estimated that these three trade agreements will increase exports by at least $13 billion, which is certainly a good thing for us. And Chairman Camp, in his opening remarks, reported that there could be an estimated 250,000 U.S. jobs that would be created. And so we know that the benefits of these trade agreements are long-lasting. In fact, since 2000, when U.S. exports to countries with trade agreements have grown 2 times as fast as our worldwide exports. And so obviously jobs are the important issue right now, and we are very focused on that. But I do want to turn our attention to something else, because there are also tremendous benefits to our consumers and also our producers from lowering these tariffs. Tariffs are a tax on the U.S. consumers and the producers, so removing tariffs, as these agreements do, certainly will benefit both our consumers by lowering the price of goods that they buy. This is particularly important, especially in this difficult economic time where the cost of things have continued to rise. In fact, trade has lowered prices and increased the purchasing power of the average American family of 4 by $10,000. And so I want to direct this question to both of you. If you could help us, and I know that people watch the testimony in this committee, to help others that are watching as well as myself understand, in particular in this bill, what tariffs, can you talk about the reducing of the tariffs on imports in this bill? So, Ms. Ellert, if we can start with you, and then Mr. Riff, if you could follow up, that would be great.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Black. To answer it, 80% of South Korea's tariff lines would become immediately zero upon full implementation when the entry into force takes effect. And 92% of South Korea's tariff lines would be zero within 5 years, and virtually all would be zero within 10 years. So there is an immediate benefit, and the duties are reduced, as you described, for the benefit of U.S. consumers.
And so with that, we can say then the correlation would be that the cost of the products would also be less for the people here in the United States, making the value of their dollar even greater.
Yes, because already South Korea has tremendous access into the U.S. market because many of the U.S. duties are already so low. But this would remove remaining tariffs quickly and achieve a level playing field, whereas U.S. exporters can sell into South Korea without having to pay duties, and at the same time, U.S. consumers and manufacturers who manufacture downstream using imported products can have access to those inputs more cheaply, making them more competitive.
Mr. Reif, would you like to follow up on that?
Congresswoman, thank you. Just let me add one thing to that, which is that the United States gains disproportionately out of the agreement because currently South Korea's average industrial tariff is more than twice as much as ours. I believe it's 6.6%, ours is only 3.2%. And similarly, in the agricultural area, the difference is even more pronounced. South Korean average tariffs are 54%, ours are 9%. So as we draw down these tariffs, our producers and exporters, our farmers, and our businesses and businessmen and women and workers are gaining a disproportionate benefit out of these tariff reductions.
Well, thank you for that. And I know that a big part of what we're talking about now, and it's so important that we talk about jobs because jobs are the #1 issue for the American people. But I think also in this, it's good to highlight the fact that the American people are also going to benefit by the cost of goods. And economically right now, with people not having maybe a full-time employment or a decrease in what their income is, we've got to also talk about how this is going to benefit every American with the cost of the goods that they're purchasing and put more dollars in their pocket. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back my time.
Mr. Brady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, from the discussion today, this agreement with Korea is critical from an economic standpoint. It's critical from a security standpoint with a key U.S. ally, and it also moves the United States into the growing dynamic area of the Asia-Pacific region where we need, frankly, to move aggressively in. This agreement was sound as originally negotiated, but there were legitimate concerns raised by our auto lawmakers. President Obama, to his credit, directed Ambassador Kirk to work with our chairman, Mr. Camp, and our ranking member, Mr. Levin, as well as their Senate counterparts, American auto workers and auto companies, to negotiate with Korea a supplemental agreement. Both countries, those parties worked together and on our side in a bipartisan way to fashion a supplemental agreement that improves support for and bipartisan support for this agreement. That's how trade ought to work. We have an opportunity today to pass a bipartisan jobs bill that is strong, that moves us into a key area, and has support from both sides of the aisle as well as the President. This is an important day from a jobs and trade standpoint, and I look forward to passing this measure along with the Bipartisan Trade Adjustment Assistance Program that is moving to the floor as well next week. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. As there are no further members seeking to be recognized, and because amendments are not in order to this measure, I will now recognize Mr. Herger for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 3080 to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. A recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 19, the recorded vote on reporting the House will be postponed until the end of the markup. We will now resume consideration of H.R. 3078, the United States-Colombia Trade Promotion Agreement Implementation Act. The pending matter is a recorded vote on favorably reporting the bill to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Herger?
Aye.
Mr. Herger, aye. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady? Aye. Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Nunes? Aye. Mr. Nunes, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani? Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Gerlach? Mr. Gerlach, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Schock? Mr. Schock, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Mr. Berg? Mr. Berg, aye. Ms. Black? Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin, no. Mr. Rangel?
No.
Mr. Rangel, no. Mr. Stark?
No.
Mr. Stark, no. Mr. McDermott? Mr. McDermott, no. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Becerra? Mr. Becerra, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, no. Ms. Berkeley? Ms. Berkeley, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Larson?
Well, let the record, right, we agreed to.
Mr. Larson has already mentioned that he'll be at a funeral, but it is important for the clerk to call his name anyway, so
Right.
we'll follow that process.
Mr. Blumenauer?
No.
Mr. Blumenauer, no. Chairman Camp?
Aye.
Chairman Camp, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
24 yeas, 12 nays.
There being 24 ayes and 12 noes, the motion is agreed to. H.R. 3078 is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. We will now resume consideration on H.R. 3079, the United States-Panama Trade Promotion Agreement Implementation Act. The pending matter is a recorded vote on favorably reporting the bill to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Herger?
Aye.
Mr. Herger, aye. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, aye. Mr. Teaberry? Mr. Teaberry, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani? Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Gerlach?
Aye.
Mr. Gerlach, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Schock? Mr. Schock, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Mr. Berg? Mr. Berg, aye. Ms. Black? Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Mr. Rangel? Mr. Rangel, aye. Mr. Stark? Mr. Stark, no. Mr. McDermott? Mr. McDermott, aye. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, aye. Mr. Becerra? Mr. Becerra, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell, aye. Ms. Berkeley? Ms. Berkeley, no. Mr. Crowley? Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Larson. Chairman Camp?
Aye.
Chairman Camp, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
32 yeas, 3 nays.
There being 32 ayes and 3 noes, the motion is agreed to. H.R. 3079 is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. We will now resume consideration on H.R. 3080, the United States-Korea Free Trade Agreement, Implementation Act. The pending matter is a recorded vote on favorably reporting the bill to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Herger?
Aye.
Mr. Herger, aye. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady, aye. Mr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Nunez? Mr. Nunez, aye. Mr. T-Berry? Mr. T-Berry, aye. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, aye. Mr. Reichert? Mr. Reichert, aye. Mr. Bustani? Mr. Bustani, aye. Mr. Roscom? Mr. Roscom, aye. Mr. Gerlach? Mr. Gerlach, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, aye. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, aye. Mr. Schock? Mr. Schock, aye. Ms. Jenkins? Ms. Jenkins, aye. Mr. Paulson? Mr. Paulson, aye. Mr. Marchant? Mr. Marchant, aye. Mr. Berg? Mr. Berg, aye. Ms. Black? Ms. Black, aye. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Levin?
Aye.
Mr. Levin, aye. Mr. Rangel? Aye. Mr. Rangel, aye. Mr. Stark? No. Mr. Stark, no. Mr. McDermott? Aye. Mr. McDermott, aye. Mr. Lewis? No. Mr. Lewis, no. Mr. Neal? Aye. Mr. Neal, aye. Mr. Becerra? Aye. Mr. Becerra, aye. Mr. Doggett? No. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind, aye. Mr. Pascrell? No. Mr. Pascrell, no. Ms. Berkeley? No. Ms. Berkeley, no. Mr. Crowley? Aye. Mr. Crowley, aye. Mr. Larson? Chairman Camp?
Aye.
Chairman Camp, aye.
The clerk will report the vote.
31 yeas, 5 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 5 noes, the motion is agreed to. H.R. 3080 is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. With the consent of the ranking member, members will have until 9 a.m. tomorrow to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, or minority views on the 3 bills just reported. So ordered. There being no further business before the committee stands adjourned.